turning, and you're just going straight. You want to go over here, but you're going to end up over here.
So despite the order of 350, right now the bow is still only pointing at 327. Not nearly enough to miss the rock. And oh no, it's about to get worse. That language barrier again. In these critical moments where every second counts, the helmsman wrongly relays 340. The captain snaps back, 350 starboard or we end up on the rocks. The third officer goes to assist the helmsman. Now, don't get confused by the orders from here. We're changing over to rudder instructions. The captain yells, starboard 10, starboard 20, and still it's not enough. Hard to starboard. That means as hard as it'll go. But at this point, even if they clear these rocks, they need to get the rest of the ship to swing around it. So the captain yells, midship, which centers the rudder. The bow is now less than 150 meters from Skull Rock. Port 10. But the helmsman only gets to port 5 before another order is given 2 seconds later. Port 20. They might just avoid disaster here, maybe. But then, oh no. One more time, the helmsman cocks up at the worst possible moment. The helmsman goes to starboard instead of port, undoing the swing. 8 seconds later, he realizes the error and corrects, but it's too late. He has just turned a probable near miss into a sure hit. All they can do now is hold on as the bow of the ship narrowly passes by the rocks. Hard to port! The second officer yells, "We're gonna hit!" Collision. Downtown, Nordtown. It's day 56 of playing Russian roulette. Seems I never win.
Gonna drink all by yourself?
Somebody has to.
I hear you're a man who's good at finding folks.
I'm many things.
I'm looking for this fella. I gots to find him. It's breaking my little heart.
I'll see what I can do. I have contacts in thousands of servers in dozens of countries across the globe. And just like that, she was gone. The only thing she left was a calling card. Sometimes when you follow a case, it follows you back. NordVPN can protect my online data. But who can protect me? From myself. When they said this job gets easier, it was just another lie. Forensics found his password spread all the way down the block. In a perfect world, we'd all use NordVPN. But I guess this isn't that kind of story. I took the brakes off my car. Man like me never really learned how to stop.
Shut the fuck up.
I took the steering wheel out too. I let the road take me where I'm supposed to be. That's right, Toots. Your husband's dead. Merry Christmas. Go to nordvpn.com/internethistorian for a huge discount on a 2-year plan. Ad over. The ship hits rocks on the port side. A 53-meter gash opens up in the hull, and thousands of tons of water begin pouring in. A loud scraping and bang is heard by all passengers. At the helm, there's panic. Rumblings in the dining room. Martin awkwardly pauses his act as he's helping his assistant into the box. Meanwhile, the lady inside is trapped and terrified. There's confusion across the ship. All of the crew off shift come back on duty. All officers run to the bridge. Technical crews run down to the lower decks to assess damage. On connection with the rocks, they lose propulsion and slow to 8.3 knots. And they are now adrift. Close the watertight doors at stern. Enormous volumes of water are pouring in. So much so that within 29 seconds of collision, all 6 engines stop working through flooding. 22 seconds later, a blackout happens. Lights, electrics, the water pumps too. Everything. The captain orders the helmsman hard starboard. This is the final position of the rudder before power to that too is lost. The Costa Concordia, now without power, is drifting starboard, plunged into absolute darkness. A quick breakdown of the flooding. When the Concordia struck land, it tore open 3 watertight compartments. At first, compartment 5, which filled very rapidly, then 6 more slowly, 4 shortly after, then 7, 8 and 3. Modern ships are built to withstand 2 compartment breaches. These compartments especially though are a problem, because they contain the engines and the electrics. These main generators give power to the whole ship, from propulsion motors to rudder to hotel functions, pretty much everything. When they went out, the ship was a functionless, sinking cage. A few seconds later, the emergency batteries for internal lighting and communications kick on. When the lights come back on, Martin has vanished. He's ditched the stage. And it caused a huge panic in the theatre, as passengers are trying to flee to their cabins and to muster stations. People already in their cabins come out and start putting on life vests. Staff rally and try to calm everyone down. Everything is fine. There's no need for vests. Please return to your cabins. The emergency generator starts. All of the watertight doors close except for door 12, which is jammed. The captain calls Pilon, the chief engineer, as the ship begins to list on the port side. There's water coming in? Yes, there's water. But where? The engine room. But a lot of water? Yes! There's water, you can't go down. Let's go down the other side. In a moment we'll start the pumps, I'll let you know. In the theatre, the whole magic box apparatus slides right off the stage and falls into the crowd, further increasing panic. On the bridge, an announcement is being prepared. They are going to lie to prevent a panic. Let's just say we have a blackout. The deputy chief engineer enters the engine control room. He confirms to the bridge that at least compartments 5, 6, and 7 are flooded. Announcements are made.
On behalf of the captain, to inform you that due to an electrical fault, which is currently under control, we're currently in a blackout. Our technicians are working to resolve the situation and will inform you of developments as they occur. Thank you for your attention.
Coincidentally, at the same time in the restaurant, they're playing My Heart Will Go On, and it's very much not helping the situation. The captain calls the Costa Crisis Unit, Roberto Ferrarini. He tells the crisis unit that they've hit a rock, that they're assessing damages, and that they are also in a blackout. The crisis office says to reverse the ship up onto shore. Well, how are you going to do that? You don't have power to the rudder, let alone the engine. You know, hoist the sails? Anyway, around this time, the wind direction creates a starboard list, and the ship begins to turn anyway, drifting right back towards the shore, which is a very good thing because you want the ship to end up as close to shore as possible. A panicked passenger senses that something is off. This isn't like any electrical problem that she's ever seen. Plus, there was a massive crashing noise and now the ship is tilting. So, she contacts her daughter in Italy. The daughter then calls the police, and the police call the harbour master. While that goes on, a conversation between Pilon and Ambrosio. The diesel is not starting. The captain asks the engine room, but where have we made contact? Thinking that the incoming water can be reduced. Captain, here everything is lost. The electrical panel, everything. They're saying at this point that the ship is going down. The captain calls Roberto Ferrarini again. Actually, 2 compartments have been flooded, but don't worry, the ship's stability isn't in danger. Wrong. Passengers begin going to muster stations on their own initiative. The cruise director says, "We have a lot of people at muster stations that I do not want to fall overboard. Do we make an announcement to tell them to go to the lounges?" Bozio says, "I think that's best." The harbour master from Livorno calls the ship. The captain tells them that we just have a blackout. How long has this blackout been going on? About 20 minutes. Have you asked passengers to put on life vests? It's just a blackout. I gotta go. The harbour master is suspicious. He says to his superiors that he thinks something more is going on. He calls a patrol boat to the area and asks them to look at the ship. Another problem. The fan on the emergency diesel generator isn't working properly. Pilon manually has to turn the thing on and off with a screwdriver so that it doesn't overheat and cause a fire. The captain is on the phone to the lower decks, asking pointless questions, like, is it still flooded? Yes it is. The captain is essentially in denial of the situation. The harbour master calls again. Finally, he says, "The ship is taking on water through an opening in the left side and the ship is listing." He qualifies with, "No one dead or injured." The harbour master asks if he needs help. "Just a tugboat?" When in reality, they need a full rescue. With 3 compartments flooded, the captain finally realizes that things are really bad and they are not going to improve. The Coast Guard orders every available ship to the scene. Meanwhile, up with the passengers, the cruise director's assistant says, "Everything's under control. Please return to your cabins or hang about in the lounges, no problem." She said this despite knowing it was wrong and that it further endangered lives. Most passengers at this point, though, aren't listening to this nonsense, and they're busy figuring out how to abandon ship. Bang, 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 bang. Local television has already picked up the story and they begin broadcasting live radio feed from the bridge.
Hey, Capo.
"Captain, the passengers are going on board the boats." "Okay, let them go to shore." "So then general emergency?" "Wait, no. Let me talk to Ferrarini." "We risk the emergency generators that do not have cooling. It has cooling problems, 100 degrees. The cooling fan has stopped." Pilon calls the bridge and tells the safety officer they need to evacuate. The safety officer relays this to the captain, but after no response, he orders the engine room to evacuate on his own. The captain says, "No, stay." "We're leaving." "So what do we do? General emergency?" The captain tells Ferrarini that he's abandoning ship. Abandon ship! Another announcement is made.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. The situation is under control. Please remain calm. But at this time, proceed to your muster station. They're located outside on deck 4.
The Livorno Coast Guard calls again. The captain declares distress. The Coast Guard officially calls for rescue operations. They contact Pietro Mile, the helicopter base commander, who then calls in every available pilot as he rushes down to the helicopter base. Pilon shuts down the emergency generator for the final time. The first rescue vessel arrives. By this point, the lifeboats are already going. Luckily, the ship is very close to shore. Oh, perhaps too close to shore. The ship forcefully runs aground, creating an uneven center of gravity, and it begins heavily listing starboard. The captain issues a general emergency on board. The announcement to abandon ship is finally called and alarms ring out, and with that comes panic. And now that they're listing, with many of the lifeboats too awkwardly positioned to enter the water, there aren't enough readily available and they have to start going back and forth to the shore, picking people up and dropping them off. The patrol boats report to the Livorno harbour master that the ship has run aground and is listing heavily. So the harbour master asks the captain about it, and the captain says, no, the ship is still floating. In fact, we're trying to maneuver it onto the shore. They know he's lying. Hold on, I'm reversing it. Beep, 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 beep. The captain then says to bottom out the starboard anchor. So they drop out the anchors, but let out too much chain, effectively rendering them useless. The deputy mayor of Giglio, Mario Pellegrini, and tobacco shop owner Giovanni Rossi arrive at the harbour. They watch the scene unfold. As the first of the lifeboats arrive on shore, the deputy mayor takes the initiative and races to board one of the lifeboats, returning to the ship, and starts trying to find someone in charge. He gives up and starts helping passengers. Schettino tells everyone to leave and take radios, but not before changing out of his uniform and into a nice suit. Priorities. Dimitri Christidis and Silvia Coronica leave with him. The maitre d' and Sir Morton both get out of there. By this point, approximately 300 people are still on the ship. Mile reaches the helicopter base. The first helicopter, a slow-moving Augusta Bell, was already rising from the tarmac for the hour-long flight south. Bozio is the last crew member left on the bridge, coordinating evacuation. He then leaves to help passengers board lifeboats. The bridge is now abandoned. And then, the ship's black box stops working. Apparently there were technical problems with it. That means, from here, things are going to get a little foggy in detail. A while later, rescue helicopters arrive, but they're struggling to find the ship because they're expecting it to still be well above water. Passengers are scaling down the port side by ladder as lifeboats return to pick them up.
This is no joke. Oh my goodness. It was no joke, mi amor. Yes.
You're not allowed to make a film movie.
I'm allowed.
Who say you are?
A second helicopter, a faster model, sets off. The ship stops healing and comes to a final resting place. Now the Coast Guard calls the captain because he's just learnt that the captain has abandoned ship. The captain claims, no, actually I slipped and I fell into one of the lifeboats. I'm a klutz. But now that I'm on board, I may as well head back to shore. DeFalco tells the captain to get the fuck back on board. And the captain kind of acts confused and then effectively refuses. So the captain makes it to shore. From here, we only have mainstream news reports to rely on, so it's not going to be super accurate. But they say that Giglio's police chief then finds 110 survivors on the rocks at Point Gabbianara. And among them is the captain. It's not known whether the captain helped anyone while he was there, and in fact, the police chief claimed that he just sat on the rocks and watched other people do the rescuing. A while later, a rescue boat picks up the captain and takes him to the harbour. He speaks to the police. He then finds the ship's onboard chaplain, Father Rafael Molina, and cries to him for about 15 minutes. Then he goes to the harbour master's office to receive probably the biggest dressing down of his entire life. Port authorities ask the taxi driver to take the captain back to his hotel. The captain takes the 30-second cab ride to the Bahamas hotel. According to the cabbie, he was beaten like a dog. He was cold and afraid. He only asked me where he could buy a pair of fresh socks. But then he perked right up again and gave an interview to a news crew. He told them that he was the last to leave.
The captain is usually the last to abandon ship. What happened, Captain?
We were the last to leave the ship.
All day Saturday, rescuers search for people on the ship. On Sunday morning, a South Korean couple is found in their cabin, safe but shivering. They had slept through the crash and woke up unable to exit their cabin. The last survivor, Manrico Giampandroni, was found with a broken leg. He was the cabin's service director. In the end, 32 people died. The final body wasn't discovered until nearly 3 years later. A crew member, Russell Rebello, and it's believed that he died a hero helping passengers off the ship. The Costa Concordia was the largest cruise ship disaster since the Titanic. And then there's the ship. This is what happens to a 110,000-ton cruise liner when it's left half rolled over in the ocean. But this isn't the end. It's just the halfway point. What most people know is that the Costa Concordia had crashed, many dead, and that the captain abandoned ship like a coward. But there's a whole veritable spaghetti of details to untangle. Let's dive in. There they are. The deets. Box time. The Costa Concordia was more than just a floating resort. There's a mall, a casino, cha-ching, cha-ching. This iron chest was full of safes and cash registers and expensive fittings. And there were plenty of gamers prepared to sneak by authorities and try their luck in the hot zone. Within days, police divers reported that valuable items, once seen lying around the ship, were now missing. High-end liquor, expensive furniture, dining sets, cash from the casino, cash registers, jewelry and display cabinets, safes, Japanese woodblock prints by famous 18th century artists, as well as the iconic bell, which hung from the bridge of the ship. It was never found. Who steals a big fuck-off bell? Even the server admins were getting involved. 4 divers who were part of the company contracted to refloat the Concordia were spotted on CCTV, sneaking out to the ship. A patrol boat was dispatched, and the men were caught inside the fancy suites with rucksacks full of stolen goods. The 4 men are charged with stealing and thieving and pinching. Later on, stolen as well as legitimate items found their way to Amazon and eBay. Chips from the casino, postcards, and cabin access cards became highly sought after souvenirs.
It even has a watermark.
Some Australian guy even made a listing for the ship itself, advertising it as buyer to collect. And although there were plenty of bidders, eBay pulled the plug. I know you want to see Scatino go to jail, and we'll get to that. But first, we have to talk about someone else. Domnica Samorton.
That was a close one.
There was speculation that she was on the bridge that evening because she was the captain's mistress.
Intense media speculation reports that her presence distracted the captain.
They both denied their love for years and maintained that they were just friends. Although she did later admit to the media that she found him handsome. And how could you not?
You so fucking precious when you smile.
But she says there was no romantic link between them.
Some people would like to believe, they want to know I have something with him. It's more interesting. It's like, you know, some spicy in the story.
Miss Samorton also loved the spotlight, however.
Everyone! Oh, look!
And took several interviews. But as the pressure mounted upon her, she began making ominous threats to Scatino, saying he must confess, and that you have but 1 week to come clean. But things from here get weird.
Spicy.
Samorton is a bit of a wild card. In a subsequent interview, she claimed a helicopter came to the ship well before the other rescue craft to take away a package. Huh? And what was that package? Drugs, apparently. So rumors began that the ship was running narcotics for the mafia. And not without cause, a number of cruise ships, even recently, have been caught trafficking drugs. As an aside, Scatino was tested for drugs immediately after the crash. He tested negative for drugs in his system, but trace amounts of cocaine were found in a hair sample.
Makes it smoother and less dry.
Nonetheless, the Concordia was searched and no drugs were reportedly ever found. How did we get here? Oh right, a helicopter. Samorton commented on it again the next day and said, actually, that helicopter was just for the captain as a means of evacuation from the ship. Okay, wait. So she expected to get some sort of first-class rescue while everyone else was still stuck on the ship? Wait, how did we get here? Oh, right, sex with the captain. Divers were quick to head to the captain's cabin where they found Miss Samorton's lingerie and other articles of clothing as well as a makeup bag. The jig was up, but they continued denying it. Samorton mostly faded from international attention until she was told to appear before the court to present witness testimony. The judge pressed her to be truthful about their relationship, or she would be held in contempt.
Either tell me the truth or shut up.
So finally, she admitted it.
Yes, I had a sentimental relationship with the captain.
Stop.
But now, stop asking about my private life.
She was indeed the captain's lover.
What is up, Trouble Alert Nation? Scatino cheated on his wife with C-Mortan. Oh my god!
She and Scatino had been having an affair for several weeks. She also said that on the night she boarded, she didn't have a ticket.
Ticket, please.
And didn't need to pay because nobody questions you when you're the captain's lover. Naturally, she gave another confusing interview after leaving court.
I want to say that today is the second time I died because the first time I died in the night of the crash with my psychological brain and problems. And today I died the second time because, of course, people find out something that I try to hide.
Subsequent to the trial, she used her fame in Moldova to become a political activist, often appearing on television and radio and in articles covering protests, accompanied by pictures of her being arrested by police. It was some stuff about victims of violence, women's rights,
girl power,
yada yada yada, and interestingly, part of a push to block the sale of shares of Moldova's train network to Russia. Other than that, I don't really know what she's been up to. Let me just check on her Oh god, not again. Several civil suits were quickly lodged against Costa Crociere, and their parent company, Carnival Cruises, immediately saw a share drop of 23%.
Don't beat.
Passengers sought compensation for their damaged mental health, lost belongings, and loved ones.
Either they allowed him to divert from his course, or they didn't know where their billion-dollar ship was.
Within a few days, facing financial and media pressure, the CEO attempted to join the bandwagon against the captain and the crew.
That was not the ordinary route that the ship was taking at the time, and was not only taking, but the time the ship was...
Claiming that the ship was not approved to deviate from the route. But that wasn't true. Approval isn't required if the ship is deviating by less than 15 miles, or that it was against company rules. Also untrue, because investigators found that they didn't have any rules about deviating route, and they tacitly encouraged sail-by salutes. Now, in response to the civil suits, Costa Crociere offered passengers 11,000 euros each as compensation.
That's kind of small.
11,000 euros, about $14,000, is the minimum compensation under international law when a ship is abandoned.
This was to reimburse them for their tickets, as well as any costs they accrued in having to unexpectedly travel home early.
And that was supposed to release them from everything and anything that has to do with this accident. I cannot ask for more than this.
A lot of passengers, understandably, were not too happy with this deal, and they refused to take the money.
We think the offer is an insult. For what these poor passengers went through, we think that the compensation being offered is not commensurate.
Here, take it.
Compensation being offered is not commensurate.
Later, Costa Crociere would lodge a plea deal with the Tuscany court to pay a €1 million fine to avoid a criminal trial. The judge agrees. Costa Crociere is now off the hook for all criminal liability for the whole thing. They've washed their hands of the incident and flecked the residual droplets of responsibility onto the faces of 6 staff members. Passengers and relatives of the dead are livid that the company has been able to avoid criminal responsibility.
Offered is not commensurate.
Civil suits against the company continue. By the way, the residents of the island of Giglio also banded together and sought damages. They didn't get much. Eventually, passengers who refused the initial compensation of 11,000 joined civil parties against Schettino in his trial in 2015.
Is not commensurate.
They were awarded 30,000 euros each. Other cases, especially those involving lost relatives, are settled for undisclosed amounts. New York attorney Peter Renee traveled to Budapest to represent 6 real survivors of the disaster.
At Renee & Renee, we personally work on every case.
And we'll work harder than anyone to get you the most money possible in the shortest amount of time.
And while on the job, a 7th case cropped up via email. An elderly woman, Alona, said,
"Help me, Mr. Ronai, for I have lost my daughter, Eva, and my 5-year-old granddaughter, Roxana."
So Mr. Renai agreed to speak with her. However, there were some inconsistencies in her story. Neither Eva nor Roxana were on the passenger list. Odd, but Costa is known for having stowaways.
Gotcha, bitch!
Still, Mr. Renai was suspicious. They wouldn't cheaty old Petey, would they? Renai inquired further about why she was on board, especially without a ticket. Ilona said,
"Well, I don't know, but you should ask her boyfriend.
Zolt Horvath.
He'll know all the details."
"I'm up all night. I'm going crazy," he said. But Mr. Renai was still suspicious. Because then she asked, "How much money do you think this is worth?" This is a huge red flag, Petey. In 20 years of doing this, you've never had anyone ask about money. Why now? So Mr. Renai hired an investigator and sent photos around of the missing girl. The next day, the phone rang. Oh, hoi hoi. It was the boyfriend again. Look, there's been a bit of a misunderstanding and the child isn't missing at all. Uh-huh. And then he claimed he was confused because he had done too many drugs the night before. Oh, Okay, can I speak to the daughter then? At first, he was refused. So Renee said that he'd have to file a missing persons report to the police if he couldn't. The boyfriend relented. That night, Renee met with Zolt and brought the police with him. He speaks to the granddaughter and asks her if she's seen Mum. Yeah, I saw her today. Oh, really? Yeah, we went to the park today and we went on the swings. Oh no, the jig was up. So the mum walks into the room sheepishly. It's a miracle! And the story changed again. Okay, I'm not dead, but I did injure my leg when I jumped from the ship. And then I immediately flew back to Budapest. Although don't worry about checking my leg because there are no visible marks or injuries. Old Petey, I'm beginning to think they weren't even on the boat. Also, it turns out this lady isn't her mum, it's just a neighbor. Eventually, Renee managed to make the pair confess. And then they said, hey, we haven't done anything wrong. We haven't taken any money. And in the end, it looks like there'll be no criminal punishment for the scam, because Hungary, a former communist country, has no laws against insurance fraud on the books.
The law firm that never sleeps, call 1-800-6647.
Oh, that's a bad idea. Oh, that's a very bad idea.
Mario, would you teach me some Italian?
Oh, of course.
Get back on board for fuck's sake.
Okay, thanks.
Gregorio De Falco, the naval officer who shouted at Schettino to "Vada a bordo caso," became a bit of a national hero overnight in Italy. He, like the rest of the world, expected Schettino to go down with the ship. And when the captain chickened out, De Falco was there to admonish him. And when he stopped answering the radio, he called him on his cell phone to continue putting him on blast. When the captain first reported just a blackout, De Falco didn't believe the story and immediately began preparing a rescue effort, which likely saved several lives. His actions were applauded by most Italians who were tired of their public servants being corrupt and avoiding responsibility. Accordingly, shirts sporting "Vada a bordo caso" were being printed by the end of the week, others setting it as their phone's ringtone. But then, in September 2014, without warning, De Falco was transferred to an admin role in the Coast Guard.
Hear what I said? He'd been demoted.
De Falco said that he had been passed up for promotion, that he had also not been told which admin office he was even being transferred to, and that it all effectively cancelled 10 years of his career. De Falco was tres furioso, and there was public speculation that it was owing to bad blood between himself and Admiral Delano, his former boss. His status among the public overshadowed his superior in many ways. On the other hand, his boss said, no, it's part of a normal career progression for naval officers and that he must show more maturity and professionalism to advance his career. Now, it's hard to know what's true in office politics, so let's leave that alone. And anyway, in 2018, De Falco said "Buenas noches, ya later" to the Italian Navy to become a politician. In March that year, he was elected to the Italian Senate, serving as a member for Livorno. He still serves there today.
I'm the captain now.
The day after the disaster, Schettino was taken into custody by police and underwent questioning. However, it was clear that this would not be a straightforward investigation. So the judge released him under house arrest at his home in Sorrento, a town in Napoli. By July of that year, the house arrest was relaxed and he was allowed within this general area. While under house arrest, he wrote a book with this journalist from Rai magazine. I have no idea what it says, I don't speak Italian. But goddammit, he must have some kind of charisma going on, because there's been a lot of speculation in the press that he had an affair with her as well.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Hold on, I got it. Not content with abandoning his ship, this dude is determined to abandon his wife as well. So, Schettino and 5 others are facing criminal charges. Straight away, everyone lodges a plea bargain with the court, and all of those plea bargains are accepted, except for Schettino's. And the condition of everyone's reduced sentences are that they must provide witness testimony against Schettino.
He touched me.
Ciro, Jacob, and Sylvia were all given suspended sentences. Roberto and Manrico are able to opt for community service or house arrest. Not a bad deal.
A good deal. A good deal.
And that meant that Schettino was now all on his own. Ciro, the first officer, was the first to give his testimony. On the witness stand, he claimed that Schettino was distracted by his mistress and other guests on the bridge. That there was confusion over who was in command. Then it was Jacob's turn, and he said Lamau XD because he didn't actually bother with his testimony or his reduced sentence. He just fled the country. It took authorities 12 months to eventually track him down on the outskirts of Jakarta. And when they said, "Oi, we still want that witness testimony," he just scalped it again, and he hasn't been found since. After that, Ferrarini gave his testimony, then look, we don't have time to relitigate the whole trial, so let's just go straight to the verdict. Guilty! Schettino was found guilty of multiple manslaughter, causing a shipwreck, abandoning ship, and lying to authorities. He is sentenced to 16 years and 1 month in prison. But wait, there's still the appeals. The appeals trial begins. And the verdict on the appeal? Surprise! Rejected! So Schettino's lawyers appealed again. And the verdict on the final appeal?
Schettino made multiple attempts to secure a plea deal but was denied by the prosecution each time. The prosecution called for Schettino to be sentenced to 26 years in prison, calling the incident a Titanic affair.
Oh, okay, I see what you did there.
Schettino was not present. His lawyers stated that he was waiting outside of the jail for the ruling, so that if his plea was rejected, he could immediately start serving his sentence. And with that, 5 years and 4 months after the disaster, he was finally in a cell.
I will not be making any comment. Oh, God, that hurt.
The salvage operation was enormous. It took over 2 years and cost an estimated $1.2 billion. Beginning in early 2012, they first spent 2 months pumping fuel from the ship's tanks. At the same time, they had to pump seawater in so that the balance wasn't affected and the ship didn't slide around. In early 2013, a platform was built under the ship to prevent it from falling further. Sponsons were then attached to the sides of the ship and cables attached to the underwater platform. The sponsons were then dragged underwater and opened up to allow the ocean to fill them. The ship could then roll over properly. By late 2013, the ship was upright once more. The sponsons were then attached to the side of the ship to help keep it balanced. It now rested partially above water and crews could walk around safely. By July 2014, the water was removed from the sponsons and compressed air was pumped in to lift the ship. And she was ready to cruise again. This time to a port in Genoa. It was a 4-day towing journey to the docks where a 2-year process of dismantling and recycling would begin. That same weekend of the towing, Schettino was busy. He was the guest of honor at a white party on an island in the Bay of Naples. He appeared on the front page of a local newspaper, flanked by 2 of Italy's most eligible bachelorettes. Anyway, so these are the things that I remember from the Costa Concordia. That sweet maiden of the sea. And as for you, little fella, well, it's time to return you from whence you came. Six quick things. 1. NordVPN, good product, check them out. Number 2, there's a new video on the second channel. You probably didn't see it because it was temporarily restricted. Now it's not. Enjoy. 3. If you've never seen the second channel before, give it a go. It's a different type of content, but we put a lot of production into it. It's not just offcuts. 4. There are a couple secret channels as well, but I ain't telling you where they are. 5. No more 45-minute videos on the main channel. Back to 10 to 15 minutes and more of them. 6. There's a Q&A coming out next week on incognito mode. It's got a ton of detail that we had to cut for the sake of brevity, and will no doubt feature a ton of corrections as well. That's it. Thank you.
Spicy.
Makes me warm at heart when we drive down the streets in the dark. Happy days flown by through the window. Focus on the sky. Can't believe my eyes as you steer with one hand on my thigh.
Welcome everyone, my name is Joe, and you found yourself at the Joe is Hungry channel, founded and developed right here within the city limits of Fairmount, Georgia. We have a few housekeeping items to get out of the way, and I'll make it quick as possible. Trevin, Alec, George, Clayton, and Ruby, Eugene, Micah, Kevin, Casey, and Tanner, Nicole, Charlie, Brett, Charleston, and Meadow. I want to wish a Joe is Hungry birthday shout out to each and every one of you. I normally don't do anything other than birthday shout-outs because I don't want to turn this into the Joe is Hungry shout-out channel, but today I'm going to make an exception. Stephen Pooja, Nick and Joni, Austin and Emily, happy anniversary! A very special Joe is Hungry shout-out to Mrs. Scruggs students. Thank you for watching, and you better do everything she says. Shout-out to my favorite tucking channel, South Georgia Hotshot. You keep getting kicked down, you keep getting back up, and taking more. I'd like to thank Paige for sending me a box in the mail. You know how I like that. So let's open it up and see what's inside. Oh my God, what did she send me? Oh man, nice. I've got a nice little letter here. Let's see what it says. I craft as a hobby, and I made this needle felt for you and attached it as a gift card to show you our support. Paige and Rob, thank you very much. Let me show you what this is. Check this out. Is that not cool? This is a handmade felt Joe is Hungry doll, and I'm gonna have to find a special place for it right here on the set. Maybe the hair is a little bit grayer than it needs to be, but that's all right. She also gave me a Burger King gift certificate. What more could a guy ask for? With that out of the way, I want to personally thank everybody for participating in this week's food poll, because you're sending me to Culver's to check out a regular menu item. The Culver's Original Chicken Tenders, which is made of whole white meat chicken strips, deep fried and breaded, with your choice of Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue, buttermilk ranch, or Culver's signature dipping sauce. There are other flavors available, but Culver's is going to hit you up for a 40 cents upcharge. Did somebody say Domino's? Culver's chicken is exclusively procured from Springer Mountain Farms in Baldwin, Georgia. They claim not to be fed animal byproducts and are on a strict chicken vegetarian diet. They also get 0 antibiotics and are certified American Humane. Whatever that means. The original chicken tenders come in 3 sizes. A 2-piece box for $3.99, making each tender cost $1.99. A 4-piece will cost you $6.69, bringing the per tender price down to $1.67. And that's what we're going to be ordering today. And an 8-piece box will cost you $12.29 before taxes in Georgia, dropping the individual tender price down to $1.54. A 4-piece order will add a mere 540 calories to your daily diet. For you number crunchers out there, I have the stats on the screen and in the description below. Unfortunately, Culver's chooses not to post any serving weights in their nutritional information. I'm not really sure why that is, so we'll have to wait till later in the video when we do the Joe is Hungry weight test and calculate the actual out the window fast food price per ounce. So it's time to grab some chicken strips and roll the drive-through at Culver's in Jasper, Georgia.
Welcome to Culver's. What can we make fresh for you today?
Could I get 3 separate orders of 4 chicken tenders?
Okay, well, those chicken tenders, you need ranch barbecue, honey mustard, buffalo.
I need ranch, barbecue, and Culver's. 1 for each one.
Okay, I've got 3 separate orders of the 4-piece tenders, ranch barbecue, and Culver's signature sauce on those. What else can I get for you today?
That's about it.
All right. Everything on the screen looks correct, sir. To be $28.63 at the window, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It'll be just a little bit, so just pull behind that vehicle on the left.
Appreciate it.
See you, buddy.
See you, man. I've got my chicken strips. Let's do the Joe is Hungry temperature test. Tender number 1 is 188.2 degrees Fahrenheit. Tender number 2 is 174.2 degrees Fahrenheit. Tender number 3 is 169.0 degrees Fahrenheit. That's plenty hot. They probably ripped these guys right out of the fryer. I was really expecting nothing less. So Jasper, Culver's, you passed the Joe is Hungry temperature test. So now it's time to move on to the next level. Break out the scales, head back to the studios, and do the Joe is Hungry weight test. And before anybody asks, I've taken off for the packaging. In other words, I've set the tear on the scales. Four-piece tender number 1 weighs in at 7.25 ounces. Four-piece tender number 2 weighs in at 7.35 ounces. Four-piece chicken tender number 4 weighs in at 7.00 ounces or 198 grams. Now the weights aren't too far apart. There's a little bit of variation. So today, Culver's, you pass the Joe is Hungry consistency weight test. Now for the 4-piece, and if you average them out, do the math, you come up with a very high 93 cents an ounce. If you got a good appetite, go all out, get the 8-piece, you'll get a little bit of a discount and drive the price down to 85 cents an ounce. Now if you just want to try them out, you're not very hungry, you get 2, you're going to be penalized to the tune of $1.11 an ounce. With that out of the way, now it's time to do the Joe is Hungry big reveal. This is what they look like, and this is what they're supposed to look like. This is what they look like, and this is what they're supposed to look like. We've seen what they look like. We saw how much they were. They're a little bit pricey, but I really can't pass judgment yet until we do the one and only, the Joe is Hungry bite test. So it is bite test, engage. I like this Sweet Baby Ray's. I like the Buttermilk Ranch. Culver's signature dipping sauce, not so much. Maybe it's an acquired taste. The tenders are true to their name. They almost melt in your mouth. If you doubt me, you only need to look back through the window of time and see what my doppelganger has to say and do the Joe is Hungry sneak-a-doodle bite. Past Joe's sneak-a-doodle bite number 1. Sneak-a-doodle bite number 2. And sneak-a-doodle bite number 3. Hot, moist, very tender. Let's move on with this video. They're definitely better straight out of the fryer, although they do hold up and travel well. The cornmeal breading is still crispy and well seasoned. It leaves me with a savory, deep-fried aftertaste that I look for in a chicken strip. While driving back to the studio, I kept thinking to myself, why are these things so tender? It got me thinking that Culver's was using ground chicken on these tenders, but why would they do that? And why would they charge so much? After doing a little bit of searching and just doing the reveal, that's definitely not the case. They're just using premium quality chicken. Definitely no shortcuts at Culver's today. Now it's time to give this thing a score. If you don't know my scale is 1 to 10, 9 being the best. Anything above 9 is a once-in-a-lifetime experience and almost never achieved. And 5 and down is that slippery slope to the pits and depths of food hell. So let's go ahead and give this the score that it truly deserves. Culver's. I really like this. What sets it apart from other chicken strips is the quality of the meat. An exceptional strip, you get an exceptional score. 8.0. That is my number. This is my review, and hopefully I will see you in the next video.
This is Jaleel Smith Riley in a Cincinnati, Ohio courtroom, who police say confessed to a robbery killing a 20-year-old woman and seriously wounding her boyfriend. Portia Brooks was in her car with her boyfriend Aaron Martin when Smith Riley came up to her car with 2 others looking to rob them. When Smith Riley found out Martin didn't have any cash, he was shot in the head, leaving him with permanent brain damage. Smith Riley then shot at Brooks, which killed her 3 days later.
Sorry. Go back on with you. I just want to come home with this.
This is somebody that feels genuine remorse. This is somebody that thinks about this every day, and he knows that he can't go back in time and undo what he did.
Now, Portia Brooks' mother delivers a victim impact statement.
But he killed me mentally, emotionally. He killed my identity as a mother of 3, as a family of 4.
This is now Brooks' sister speaking.
I have to deal with life without Portia, so he should deal with life without parole.
This is moments right before Jaleel Smith Riley gets the news that he will never be allowed to return home again.
Defendant serve a term of life without parole. As to count 4 for the offense of attempted murder.
This is Diana Lovejoy. She used to be married to Greg Mulvihill living in Carlsbad, California. But soon their marriage fell apart and they divorced. After a messy divorce and lots of legal trouble, it ended with the court ordering Diana to pay $120,000 to Greg for his stake in their family house. The court also ordered that she must share custody of their son. Diana became furious about hearing the court orders, so she planned to kill her ex-husband by teaming up with her boyfriend, Weldon McDavid. Greg was shot in the torso, but luckily the bullet didn't hit his heart and he survived. Both McDavid and Diana conspired to murder, and the court has sufficient evidence against them.
It's so painful that some people in this world seem to think that I would have it in me to do this.
Interestingly, she fainted in court. She lowered her head down toward the defense table for a few seconds.
Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant, Diana Jean Lovejoy, guilty of the crime of an attempted murder of Greg Mulvihill.
And right when you hear guilty, you hear a thud.
Guilty of the crime of conspiracy to commit murder.
It silenced the courtroom, aside from hearing her family cry in the background.
We're gonna need to take a break.
She then is brought onto the floor. And when medics bring her out, she still appears to be passed out. But doctors later found out she had only fainted. Weldon McDavid received 50 years to life in prison because he was the one that pulled the trigger. And Diana was sentenced to 26 years to life in prison. This is Seth Welch and Tatiana Fusari, a religious farming couple living in Cedar Springs, Michigan, and they are charged with murder of their 10-month-old girl, Mary Welch. Reportedly, they told police they noticed the baby was skinny and underweight, but did not seek medical attention because of their religious beliefs and mistrust of medicine and the government. This is the 911 call of the father when he reportedly found his child dead.
How long ago did you find this child?
It's about an hour and a half. I was waiting. I called my lawyer first thing to ask, what's the next thing I could do.
So you found the child an hour and a half ago?
Yeah.
And called your lawyer first, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. When was the last time you had contact with the child?
Last night,
Soon after, the autopsy revealed that the cause of death was malnutrition and dehydration due to neglect by the adult caregivers. And this is the moment they realize they will be spending the rest of their life behind bars.
That you're both charged with what they call felony murder, while in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of child abuse in the first degree, they're alleging that you murdered one Mary Welch. That is a charge called homicide felony murder. It is life without parole. It requires a DNA sample to be taken upon arrest, which is often like a cotton swab or in the inside of your cheek. The second offense that you're both charged with is called child abuse in the first degree, where they're alleging you knowingly or intentionally caused serious physical harm to a child. They're talking about this Mary Welch. It is a felony, possible penalty of up to life imprisonment or any term of years less than life.
This is Ryan Stone, a Colorado man that went on a crime spree that spanned 5 counties and was broadcasted live by a news station's helicopter. Stone was convicted of carjacking 3 vehicles, including one with a 4-year-old inside the SUV. Authorities said when Stone sped away, he led police on a chase at speeds over 100 miles per hour. If we rewind here, you can just barely see a vehicle that Stone was driving clipping a trooper with the Colorado State Patrol as he was trying to play stop sticks. He ended up with serious injuries. You see Stone pull out another victim from their vehicle and drive off. He heads right into a busy intersection. And now, the chase is on foot. He books it off the road into a parking lot, running in between 2 buildings. As he slips on the ice, he loses his jacket. Now there's just a fence in his way, but nope, it's too high. Cops now close in and he finally surrenders. Stone is now in the county jail, but he believes he should be getting paid for his internet fame while bragging to his friends about the high-speed chase.
Hey, did you know I made the news in the UK and Australia? What? Yeah, you get paid by YouTube. So, Channel 7 News, I believe, is going to be the one that gets paid for that. Well, I'm going to contact Channel 7 News. I want to get paid. You guys are getting paid using my name and my video footage.
During his opportunity to address the court about the recordings in jail, Stone blames it on emotional stress and the use of drugs.
We are going through trial after that. It was a 1.5 week trial. Extremely stressful. One of the phone calls about seeming like I was bragging about making international news, this, that, and the other. That was within the first week of being arrested. Still coming off of drugs.
Stone was convicted of 18 charges, including attempted manslaughter, child abuse, and assault. Then the judge sentenced him to 160 years in prison. This is Esteban Carpio. The police were questioning him for the stabbing of an 85-year-old woman in Rhode Island. In the interview room was Carpio and 2 detectives. One of the detectives left the room to get water for Carpio, leaving just him and Detective Sergeant James Allen in the room. Carpio grabbed Allen's gun and then shot him twice, killing him. He then jumped out of a window which was 3 stories high and made a run for it, but was apprehended just 45 minutes later. At his arraignment, Carpio came in wearing a mask designed to stop the offender from spitting and biting at others. With also his face being in rough shape, it stunned the courtroom. It wasn't so much Carpio with a shocking reaction, more so his family members, making accusations of police brutality.
Step off.
Not guilty! I'm not guilty! I'm not guilty, Steven!
It's gross police brutality. He was mentally ill, and he needed help, and we couldn't get it. We tried and tried, and he didn't deserve this.
An FBI investigation concluded that the police did not use excessive force and that Carpio's injuries were sustained due to his jump from the 3rd floor of a building and struggle with law enforcement.
Every day, I face the facts of what I did and what happened.
He was sentenced to life in prison without parole.
Just got romance mode enabled in the Tesla, alone by myself here. A new low. I don't think it gets much lower than this.
Right, we're back in the British Isles today, in Wales. Don't worry, I'm not going to do the accent. I can't really do a Welsh accent. To your significant relief, I'm sure.
Now your destination is on the left.
The it is. That's not what we're eating today. To clarify. We found it in the end. You guessed it, it's another breakfast. Right, this is what lies afoot today. Yeah, it's a breakfast challenge, but it's a Welsh breakfast challenge. I think I'm not really sure what makes it Welsh. But you get 30 minutes in which to finish. Nobody's done it yet. And if you can do it, it's free. Sadly, no t-shirt. But I think you do get a free cup of coffee with it as well. You probably just have to finish the coffee. The post makes it look like you get a free drink in addition to the free meal. I don't know, I don't make the rules. Absolutely stellar park job from this boyo. Look at that. You look at my videos. That's mad. You seen it before?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, man.
You here for the challenge,
Yeah. This beard is looking a bit of a state lately. It's got like a weird green hue to it. Is that just me? Let me know in the comments if my beard looks slightly green.
That's what it is.
Ooh, 30 nicker. It must be big.
It's 8 bacon, 8 sausage.
So basically 8 of everything.
8 black pudding, 8 fried bread, sauteed potatoes, tomatoes, coffee.
Yeah.
And a big...
A novelty oversized mug of tea or coffee. Alright, cool, got it. It says massive legend on there. I suppose that only really works if you actually finish the challenge though. So far as I can tell, it's like a biker cafe. But the music doesn't really seem to fit because they're playing mostly pop and R&B. Other than that, it's cool. I like it. Lots of helmets.
Is this a challenge?
What do you reckon? You reckon I got it? Can I do it? Yeah? It's not small, that is it? Oh god. Yeah, I can do it. What do you reckon? No?
Personally, no.
You know
Sorry.
what? Maybe. I'm building up to it. Because I want to try it one day.
Yeah? That is a large cup of coffee. Right, my place called Anne's Kitchen. It's in North Wales. What's the nearest large town?
Group
Colwyn
masturbation
Bay?
floppy
Anywhere near
gang.
Rhyl?
Well, it's about 15 miles away.
50 I was once in Rhyl and a donkey ran off with me. My dad had to chase after it and like get it in a headlock to relinquish me. Anyway, I'm taking on the giant breakfast challenge. It's flipping huge, but if you can finish it inside 30 minutes, it's free. Yeah?
Yep.
When you were designing this, 5 of you tried to eat it and didn't finish. All right.
You ready?
I'm ready. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready. Woo! All right, easy there, nature boy. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the episode. I hope you're comfortably situated because, as you can no doubt tell, this one's going to be a bit of a slog. We're at Anne's Kitchen in Colwyn Bay today, doing battle with their giant fry-up challenge. Costs 30 quid to order, but if you can get it down inside the rather meager time limit of 30 minutes, it's on the house. It pretty much contains 8 of everything you would normally find on an English brekkie, but with about 3 pounds of potato medallions too. Oh, this is hot. I should have let it cool. Oh. Whoa. A lot of people ask me that question. It just breaks the case and just makes it easier to swallow, so you do less work with your jaw, more work with your hand. Yeah. I'm trying to sound like a professional. I'm not really much of one, but
Just sent a photo of you the other off.
yeah.
She says, no way, that's Beard Meats food. I said, is it?
Ah, so your wife
she,
knows.
She knows, yeah.
The name of my YouTube channel is Beard Meats Food.
Beard meets food.
Because I'm a beard, mostly. And I eat food. So it's not just a clever name. I mean, like, 4.5 minutes in, it looks like I'm doing alright here, but the biggest problem really is the mountain of potatoes underneath all of this, and what is basically a whole loaf of bread toasted over there on the left-hand side. This is a big breakfast. Oh. I do realise that that is a preposterous thing to say. I just mean it's even bigger than most. 23 minutes left, so there's a lot to go though. I think I'd be pretty confident. I'd be pretty confident were it not for all the bread. You know what I mean? Like the fried bread, cool.
That feels right.
That's like a loaf of bread there. You know what I mean? Oh. That sound isn't good. We're in big trouble if I'm making sounds like that before the 10-minute mark. What's going on? It's red hot, so I want to use the cold water to cool it down, but I can't really use that extra liquid because that's quite a lot. And I've got to finish that. I'm doing alright, but I've only got about 66% of the time left, so I think that might be what stops me. It's a big breakfast, this man. Oof. Bacon. Yeah, I've been eating 9 minutes and only just made it to the bacon. Should have brought my rosary beads for this one. I'm joking, I don't have any rosary beads. But we might require supernatural intervention to get this one done. This is gonna be difficult inside 30 minutes. Yeah, better get to it then, old chum. Stop talking about it. Ain't gonna help. Incidentally, you do have to finish that giant cup of coffee over there. You can choose tea if you want. Personally, I'm not much of a tea drinker, and it adds significant volume to the challenge, so you gotta be smart with this one. Basically do the exact opposite of what I'm doing here. Oh, we're halfway there. I mean, in terms of time, I'm definitely not halfway there with the food, but like, yeah, we're halfway through the time limit. 15 minutes. What am I supposed to do with that? Yeah, that's a killer. That's like being like 1-0 up for 90 minutes in Sunday League and conceding a last-minute own goal or something. Psychological damage. All these fried bread pieces at their end pieces makes it even harder. Look. Every one of them. Sneaky, that, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, I'm only joking. To be fair, the end pieces are always the best, if you ask me, when it comes to fried bread. It does admittedly make it twice as hard, though. Need like a napkin or something? Oh yeah, that'll definitely help your chances of success. Oh!
You doing the challenge, are you?
The challenge is doing me, you know what I mean? Like, it's the other way around. Basically, there's not enough time left, yeah. Come on. The fried bread is really crusty too, so it hurts your mouth. At the risk of sounding a little bit soft.
Good luck.
Oh, thank you. I think it's a little late for that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I'll say one thing, the people of Wales are very supportive. They probably don't realise the futility of it at this point, but I'm thankful for the cheerleading. Look at all that toast, man. What am I supposed to do with that? Maybe Randy Santel. Maybe he could do it in half an hour. Not me. Yeah, I don't know. We might have to thaw out 2017 Matt Stoney for this one. I reckon he'd get it done. Not sure about Randy. Although he does love an English breakfast. This is just too much food for 30 minutes. To do this, you'd have to chill out. You couldn't be drinking like extra liquid or anything like that. I think you just have to take it reasonably easy. Over like an hour. Or ideally more than an hour. Just gonna turn this around because I don't think it's really any longer an accurate annotation. Like a minute left. Alright, come on. Not again. Yeah, it's looking inevitable, mate. And this one isn't even close. What the heck were you playing at, kid? To be fair, the time limit here is a killer. I mean, like, 30 minutes for this is rough. An hour? Yeah, maybe, but half? Not sure about that. Anyway, hope you enjoyed it. I'll catch you next week for the rebound. It makes a sound. Oh man, like everyone's looking at me now. Even Do you know how much it would have cost me to put that sound effect in after the... Thank you for that, thank you. You get a picture? You got one? Yeah? You beat me, mate. Well, I don't know if you want to touch that. Just do a little fist bump, maybe. You don't want to touch that hand. Oh, thank you. That makes me feel a lot better. Oh, well, I suppose that's like a small victory. Thanks. Nice to meet you. See you later, guys. Thanks. Nice to meet you. Have a good drive. Is that sarcasm? There's a what? There's a McDonald's? Well, like I'm gonna stop for a McFlurry or something. Not again. I've had two fails in the space of what? Half a year? Damn. I think I might have to retire. Let me know in the comments if you think I should retire. Oh. So you're only allowed to do it once?
Yeah. Ain't gonna be no rematch. Ain't gonna be no rematch.
Jesus Christ. That is just insane. I don't think people watching this can compute how insane that is. Never seen anything like that.
There are a lot of strong guys out there, but no one stronger than Eddie Hall. Not only has he won the world's strongest man, but he was also the first person in the world to deadlift 500 kilos. And he holds the record for the strongest punch in the world.
208.
To see firsthand how it is and what it takes to live like the world's strongest man, I invited myself to Eddie's home in Stoke to eat and train exactly like him for 24 hours. And in return, he would be eating like me, a 70-kilo rock climber. And spoiler alert, this is going to be one of the hardest challenges yet.
But before we do that, I want to announce today's sponsor, and that is NordVPN. So normally when you go online, you go directly to the website like this. But with NordVPN, you go through one of their servers where all your data is being encrypted before it's passed on. And the best part is that you can choose where the server is located. So let's say you want to access content from the US or exclusive offers, you just simply click on the US on the map. And that's without having to compromise on speed, because NordVPN is the fastest VPN on the planet. NordVPN's mission is to make the internet a safer place, free from online threats, censorship, and surveillance. It's something that I use more and more because lately, a lot of the stuff I like to watch, especially climbing stuff, is restricted to a certain area. But with NordVPN, I just virtually travel to that area. Right now, if you go to nordvpn.com/magnet, you'll get an exclusive offer. And it's even risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guaranteed. Thank you, NordVPN, for sponsoring this video. Now, let's get back to the world's strongest man.
It's like an old English greasy spoon cafe.
Right.
It's been here for a long time, probably 40 years or 50 years maybe.
How many calories do you eat in a day?
On average at the minute, around 7,500 calories. So it's not too extreme.
For me, it's kind of up and down, but I would say probably like 3,000, 2,500.
Okay, that's not too bad.
So it's not too bad, yeah? Half of what you're, or a little bit less than half of what you're eating.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to be a struggle for me.
And I'm pretty much half your size too, so it makes sense. So usually I wouldn't eat breakfast until a little bit later. I'd just have like a coffee or something.
Oh.
I mean, to be nice, sometimes I would have like maybe just like a small sandwich or something, you know?
Oh, there we go. There we go. I was going to have to sit here with a coffee then.
And watch me eat like a steak. What are you going to have? Or what am I going to have, I guess?
So there's something called the Captain's Breakfast. It's like bacon, sausage, eggs, tomatoes, fried bread, all that kind. It's all like old English foods that you'd eat.
It's none of that gross or the nasty, like the haggis.
Black pudding?
Black pudding, oh, that would be the absolute worst.
I'm sorry, I would
No, you wouldn't have that. I don't believe that for a second that you would have that.
I do. Jamie, how often do I have black pudding?
I don't trust him.
It's a superfood. Yeah.
That's what he says, it's a superfood.
It's pig's blood mixed with fat.
Oh.
It's a superfood. It's so good for you.
They don't have that here, right?
Yes, they do. Yeah. And then what would you have off your menu?
Let's see here. Something really
You said you're going to be nice.
small, yeah. We could do a small breakfast.
I mean, it just sounds very small. So after this, we're going to go fight training, because I'm training for a fight, yeah.
Okay. Ready?
Head back, get a shower, get changed, and then we'll go to a nice restaurant down the road from me. Oh wow, it was quick.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, the size difference is...
it's not as big as I thought it'd be.
It's not as bad as it's going to be, yeah. So it is rude to leave food on the plate in the UK. It's actually illegal, just so you know. It's illegal. You get arrested if you leave food.
Then I'm going to get arrested today, that's for sure. I think I'm going to start with this. I know that there's no way around it, so I need to take a bite of this.
So you can see from the texture there, it's pig's blood.
Okay,
Come on, Magnus.
Here we go.
Get it in. Savor it. Savor it. It's lovely.
It's not as bad as I thought, actually, huh?
There you go.
How full do you think you're going to be after this?
Very starving.
You're going to be still starving?
Starving, yeah.
So now it's around 8:30, so really starting early.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be a full day of training and eating, right?
Yep.
Eddie's going to eat like me, I'm going to eat like him. Oh man, that was fast. You're like a vacuum cleaner. If we weren't filming this, I would have stopped eating now, I think. Just like my body's not used to eating this early.
Can't break the law, mate.
That's true.
Got to eat it all.
Well, they don't get about you, do they?
How are you, mate? You okay?
All right, you?
Yeah, good.
What is that picture of?
It's the Jesus and his 12 disciples.
You didn't finish though.
Oh, I must have missed that. Must have missed it. How ditzy of me.
I've eaten more than it looks.
No. You've eaten like, what, 20%?
No, it's like half of this, almost half of this, 3 sausages.
Yeah. All right, let's call it 30%. Do 30%. Are you bowing?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, well, I devoured yours in literally 1 minute. We have got probably a 25-minute drive now to the MMA gym, and we're going to train fight training for a good hour. So we're going to burn this breakfast off.
Or it's going to come out.
Nah, man.
Back up.
Breakfast.
So are we going to be sparring today?
If that's what you want to do. Well, I would usually have cranberry juice when I run out, so I'm on the apple juice this morning. So a litre of apple juice, that's got to be gone before the end of the session.
I might throw up by the end of this session, especially if we're going to spar and you're going to punch me. Maybe the hardest punch in the world, potentially.
Yes.
And I'm getting in the ring with him. Wish me luck. After like a 2,000 calorie breakfast.
Whatever I do, you replicate it as best as you can, yeah?
I'm like burping every like 10 seconds. You feel that blood pudding in my mouth. I sense danger. So how much does this like help?
Oh.
Not a lot. Really? I have no idea what we're about to do. I wasn't informed at all what we're gonna do today, so I come completely unprepared.
Right, G, what should we do? Get on with, mate?
Body scoring. You've only got your left hand, Eddie. Magnus, you can hit anywhere in the body. At all, with both arms. You've got both arms, you can hit Eddie as hard as you want.
You promise not to get mad?
No.
Because I'm like,
no, not at all.
if I get a good clean, I'm just like...
If you hit me in the head,
Yeah.
that's on me, isn't it?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to hit me on the head. So I'm just left, yeah, and I'm in the body.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
he said Magnus. I was like, and then I was flying.
Touch gloves first.
Okay.
Yeah. Come on, Magnus. Come on.
At least now I can say that I was part of the world's strongest man. I don't have to tell people about the disadvantage he got.
Beat Eddie up.
Beat Eddie up?
Yeah.
Okay.
All he can do is move and push you off. Lean on you.
Okay.
Hard as you can, just fucking go for me.
Okay.
Pretend this is a street fight.
If this was a street fight, I'd be running that way.
Good. Keep that pushing. Good. Nice, come on. You got me. Get it. Come on, come on. Street fight. Come on, just shout your messages. Come on. Oh, come on, let's go. Time. Alright, now we swap.
Yeah. Give me some of that apple juice.
Oh, you want some now, do you?
I would prefer water though. Makes me like a little bit sick, this apple juice, but it's better than nothing. It's a lot of fun though. I can see why you got into this.
Oh mate, this is the thing, I just enjoy it.
Yeah.
I really do.
I've seen you do this on bigger guys than me, and they all fly back, so. Okay, so 10% first?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So 30.
Yeah. I can feel that apple juice, okay.
Go back in it for me.
Yeah.
50?
Yeah, 50. Ooh. Yeah, let's go up, yeah.
Okay, go that way for me so we're not facing a wall. Okay. You ready?
Yeah. I can feel my chest, just like all the air was sucked out of my chest. If I didn't have this would be a knockout.
And if those ropes weren't there, you would
Yeah.
literally just be, you put you on your back. You want to try one on me?
I can try one on you, yeah, but you're not gonna feel a thing.
Come on then.
Eddie, I think you want to be against the ropes in case I just...
Okay, go for it.
How much do you feel though? Nothing?
Do you want to try again? That's great. You made me tiptoes lift up then. Okay. That was better.
It's better.
Yeah. Shit.
I think my arm is starting to wear out.
Try just planting yourself, because what you're doing is you're sort of falling into me. This leg's going as well as this one. You just want to turn this foot, yeah? And then drop your body weight. So it's, you hit with your weight.
Okay.
You don't hit with your arm. Hit with your body. That's what the hips are for. Yeah.
That was better?
Yes. Straight away. Right, that is fight training done. Thank you, G. Appreciate the time as always, mate. Right, I think, well, we're done here, so we're gonna, we'll head home, have a quick shower and whatever, but I think we'll go for lunch next. Are you hungry?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
Peace out. Does it hurt to give that away?
It hurts more than you know. It's like I've just given.
See, you're drooling.
It's like I've just given my 3 kids away.
And the worst part is that I'm not gonna even appreciate it.
12 seconds later.
I can't believe that was just a starter. That's a full meal in itself.
No, that's yours.
Yeah, that's
The soda mac and cheese.
Yep. Thank you.
That doesn't look too bad.
Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get it all in there.
So how many calories do you think that is, and how many calories do you think this is?
I'm gonna say that's quite decent actually.
Yeah. 1,000?
At least.
At least?
Yeah, I'm gonna say 1,100 calories for that.
Yeah. And this plus the potatoes that I just ate.
Plus the potatoes. I'm gonna say an easy 2.
2,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy 2,000. Yeah.
Chewing is the worst. Like, I just wish I could put it on all in a blender and just drink it. You know. I've seen people do that.
Oh, I have. Yeah.
Because the chewing is just exhausting. You finished?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is, it looks like I haven't eaten anything, but keep in mind, they just brought in the starter. That was a meal in itself.
The starter was a starter.
Yeah. So I think I have a few more bites in me, but then I'm done. Like, it's impossible for me to finish this. It's not physically possible to.
I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed. There's no dessert for you.
I don't need any dessert, that's fine.
Are you sure you don't? You don't want to redeem yourself and just show you all how it's done?
No, it's not physically. If I could, I would, but I'm not physically capable of eating this stuff.
Okay. We're going to head to the gym now, and I think we're going to do a back workout, because I know you're going to have an insanely strong back. You've got an insanely strong grip.
Yeah.
So let's just do some exercises to test those things. True fashion, with a diet, I would actually have 2 litres, but you're gonna have 1 litre of cranberry juice, and that's got to be gone before the end of the session. So that
is 200 calories.
200 calories. Okay, I thought we'd start with some lat pull down. This is actually a really hard machine to stack.
Yeah.
So I'll be really impressed if you can. Oh.
Nice.
Even though I know that's like warm up, that's seriously impressive, mate. That's
well, how much was that?
That's like to your body weight.
That's more. It's 82 kilos, right?
82, yeah.
So with all that food I have today, maybe
it's all right.
I'm usually 70 kilos, so this is 12 kilos more than my body weight. Yeah.
I've seen some big guys make 82 kilo look hard, and that looked very easy. So let's keep ramping it up.
So this is 110 kilos. So that's like my body weight plus 40 kilos. Woo. All the way down.
Still warming up, man.
That's like 68 kilos extra added weight for me.
It's heavy.
I don't think I can do that.
I think you can. I think I just shit myself a little bit then as well. Do you want me to help you down with the first one?
I'll see. Let's see if I can do it myself, and then.
You haven't got the body weight to pull it down, have you? Oh, okay, okay. Come on. Nice.
Yeah.
See?
I mean, it depends on the form though. Because I'm used to when I do pull-ups that you have to be like really still and you have to pull it like straight down without using
Yeah, with this you can sort of cheat the system a little bit, can't you? Pound for pound strength is a real thing, isn't it? Like,
yeah, that's the main thing in climbing.
Like, obviously I'm going to be a lot stronger than you in my world.
Yeah.
But pound for pound, you are going to be a lot stronger than me. I would imagine.
But yeah, on this sort of stuff, it's
help you out, get it in.
Because I have to finish this.
This is one of my favorite machines. This is something in my prep for World's Strongest Man I did every single week religiously.
Oh wow.
And I would fill the stack out. I would get people stood on it. Like, it was just one of my most enjoyable exercises as well.
Right.
Keep leaving your cranberry juice lying across the place, mate. Just trying to help you out, you know, get the calories in, you know what I mean?
Normally I don't fart a lot, but now I constantly want to fart. I'm like, is there somewhere I can go and fart for myself?
We're in Stoke-on-Trent, mate. Just let it go. It's normal.
It's normal here?
It's normal.
Okay.
It's like saying hello. Good morning. Right, so we've got 5 plates a side on now, which is 100 kilo a side. Even though I'm retired, I'm still super strong on my back. And there's not, I don't think I've ever seen anyone in this gym max this out apart from myself.
Really?
Really.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go. One more. Honestly, Magnus, that is absolutely insane, mate. He's matching me pound for pound here. Wow, how can we fit more weight on?
There's 240 kilos in total.
120 kilo a side, yeah.
Come on. Come on, Eddie. Get it? Yeah.
So hammer strength, this kit is designed to not be maxed out. So if you can max out a hammer strength piece of kit, pretty insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Jesus Christ. 3, one more, come on, get it, get it, get it, get it.
I mean, it's not a great form or anything, but...
Insane, man. We're gonna have to go heavier. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to take one of the rubber 20s off and put 2 more of the steel ones on.
Oh, man. I was hoping that would just call it.
Okay, let's count these up. Let's count these up. So we got 20, 40, 60, 80, 1, 120, 140. 140 kilo each side. Jeez, I'm serious. I'm pushing my limits here. Whoa.
Come on, Eddie. Come on, nice. Oh, that's good.
Jesus.
That's good.
That's heavy.
And you're strong in this stuff. I mean, you're strong in everything, but this has got kind of...
Out of everything in the gym, I would say my back is my strongest point. Yeah. Even now, like my back's always just been ridiculously strong.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Me.
No, but I'm leaning back too much. And now it's too heavy.
But you still lifted it, mate. That's the most insane thing. Yeah. That is just insane. I don't think people watching this can compute how insane that is. 140 kilo per side, 280 kilo in total for a pull. That's just insane, mate. Never seen anything like that from someone your size ever in my life. No.
Really?
I've trained with a lot of strong men. I've trained with a lot of powerlifters, and no one has ever been able to even get close to me on that. That is fair play, man.
Thank you.
Fair play. F***ing strong. Well, hang on. What time is it? What time is it, Jamie?
I don't think we need to eat something. We can just go swimming.
It's 3:15. I would usually eat.
Again? We ate like an hour ago.
I eat, I train, I eat, I train.
Yeah.
That's literally my job. I would usually have a steak, 3 eggs, and 150 gram of blueberries to go with it.
Blueberries, nice. That's
Yeah?
Yeah.
So what do you reckon? Should we just do the eggs and the blueberries?
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah?
That's enough.
Do you think you can manage that?
3 eggs and blueberries.
3 eggs and blueberries, just cut the steak out.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So I'll head home, I'll get some swimming kit, and we'll do the eggs and blueberries.
Okay, yeah.
Let's get it.
Yeah, Magnus, bro, you forgot your cranberry.
Hope you weren't gonna.
Oh, is it, you finished that now? You kept leaving it around the gym. Right then, big guy, 4 p.m. snackses.
Right.
3 eggs and 150 gram of blueberries. You're lucky.
Very nice. Blueberries, I love blueberries. But I'm not gonna eat for like a week after this. This has been a brutal day. I've never forced myself to eat before, so this is very strange for me. After this, we're gonna go swimming. I think I'll sink. Like, I have so much food in my stomach right now.
Do you want to go in the tank?
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
Okay.
Come on. That was so much fun. That was really cool. Yeah, you're good at driving this thing, man.
Yeah, you got to be confident to drive this.
Yeah.
Just get on with it, like don't fuck about the bush, as they say.
Yeah.
Do you want to jump in and have a go?
Okay, so how do you drive this thing?
So just tap the accelerator now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a nice machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel powerful in this. That was cool. I can now say I've driven a tank. That's not a lot of people can say that. This is Eddie's son's trunks. So, but they fit perfectly.
It's good.
Yeah. Yours are nice too. With your wife, was it a present from her? Or did you buy them?
I know. Anytime I'm out in public, I have to wear my wife's face on me in some way, shape, or form. Right, should we go for it?
Yeah. So you do this 5 times, usually. Yeah.
And I do that because for fighting, I usually fight 5 rounds.
Yeah.
So this is a nice way for me to know I can go very hard for 5 rounds. Minute 22. Magnus is doing it in. Boom. 155, that was your fastest one yet.
Yeah?
Last one.
So what's on the agenda now? More eating?
Well, you said to me earlier that swimming builds up an appetite.
Yeah.
You feel hungry?
Not really, no. This is probably the first time after swimming that I actually don't feel hungry. big portion, that's a big plate.
So, I always make a point of that, right?
Yeah.
That is a normal plate.
Okay. I mean, this is also a big plate.
That's a big plate, but this is what I eat my meals off.
Yeah.
It's literally double the size of a normal plate, and that's just so we can fit my volume of food on. So I had a big steak there, 400 gram steak, 3 big organic eggs, 350 gram of rice, and 200 gram of vegetables.
I'm actually like, I'm not hungry, but I can eat now.
So the swim
really helped. So easily give some of the food to the dog now. It's like sitting there waiting.
They'd happily take it as well.
I think though it's a lot like many people's dream to live like this, you know? Be able to train the whole day, eat really clean, healthy.
I'm living the dream.
Yeah.
Literally, man.
I wonder what I weigh now.
Oh, we should have weighed you before.
Yeah.
Done.
You feel satisfied at all? No? No.
I could eat that as its full entirety.
Yeah. I'll believe that.
As well as.
I finished the meat, I finished all my vegetables, a little bit of rice left.
A little, don't touch the rice.
but I think I did a pretty good job.
Oh, you've earned your dessert.
No, I don't need a dessert. I don't need a dessert.
You've earned your dessert, Magnus.
Oh, no.
You can take it with you.
You know that this is like for a family, right? And normally you get these small...
No. So this is half a kilo of yogurt.
I think I'm gonna go to bed now, sleep like a baby, because I've never stuffed this much food into my body before. Well, thanks for today. Thanks for cooking all the food and arranging everything.
Not a problem. It's been a pleasure, mate.
Yeah, likewise.
Nice getting to know you, and you shot me in that gym. That was just incredible. Like the weights you were pulling on that row machine. I said it on the other channel, but I've trained with a lot of people for a lot of years and a lot of high-level strongman. No one's ever matched me on that pull machine, and that was something else, mate. So fair play.
Oh, that's great. That's a
fair play.
Big compliment. Check out Eddie's channel as well, and we will see you next time.
How you going? I'm still in lockdown, and I'm bored, really bored. So bored, I've been finding ways to make mundane activities more of a challenge and dangerous. But so far, haven't found anything exciting enough. But then I saw the experts, Mexicans. So today, I'm gonna make my version of their hammer. And even though I'm thoroughly sick of lockdown and being unable to do stuff, luckily today's sponsor, NordVPN, allows me to travel the world wherever I want. Here are some photos of me on my recent trip to Paris. And here's me in New York Key. I've been a Nord customer for years and love the fact that it's easy to use with a single click, allowing me to access over 5,200 servers in 60 countries that gives me the fastest speed of any VPN out there. It also protects all my internet data behind its ultra-secure wall of next-generation encryption, which is great when I'm being dodgy. Let's say I'm sick of being in Sydney, where the COVID cases are too high. I just change my location, and now I'm in Singapore, watching and hanging out with the cast of Singapore Social. It just takes one click, open the map, click on the location, and you'll be connected in seconds. So, to protect your data and to get the most out of streaming services from all across the world, just go to nordvpn.com/ididthing to get a 2-year plan plus 4 additional months with a huge discount. So, what are you waiting for? Go use my link in the description now and go start surfing all over the world today. Alright, now some of you probably already know I'm not the first to copy the Mexicans with explosive hammers, and an Australian company, Ramset, beat me to it making this, which is used to drive nails through brick and metal. And I could just buy one of these, but look at that price, $1,000. I'm definitely better off making my own. So, the first thing I did was buy a $2,000 lathe. Okay, so this is my plan. I've collected all the scrap metal in my house, which I reckon I can combine to make this. It's pretty simple, just a block of metal in 2 pieces with a swivel point here. Then you put the nail inside with a charge behind it, and when I hit the nail here, it moves back and hopefully sets off the charge, firing the nail out the end. And some of you might recognize some similarities between this and stuff made here's baseball bat. But look, if he's allowed to copy my steel-toed croc video and make it much better, then I'm allowed to copy his video and make it much worse. And that's my idea, but I don't actually think I have the skills to make this, since this is my first time using a lathe, and so far I've only made this. So hopefully making the hammer is similar. And unlike this, which is made from round bar and fits in the 3-jaw chuck, I'm using square bar for the hammer, which doesn't fit. So either I add another jaw on the side, or use this 4-jaw chuck. And this sounds like an easy solution, but when you put material in a 4-jaw chuck like this, it needs to be centered using one of these. And I hate being precise. I always avoid it, but now, thanks to this tool, I have the ability to tell how unprecise I am, accurate to 1/100th of a millimeter. This is dumb. I feel like nothing I do makes any sense. I hit this side, and now this side has moved in. And then I turn this thing, and now the whole thing's the wrong way.
Wait, what?
But after mucking around with it for ages, I seem to have gotten the piece roughly in the middle. So I brought in the tool to do a cut across the face. And lathing is a lot of fun and really makes you feel like a man with a big manly tool, mainly because it allows me to finally grow facial hair. And that facing cut feels pretty smooth. And after comparing it to my face, it's much more flat. Okay, now I'm gonna drill a hole in the center of the block. And this is the scary part, as if it's not centered, all the machinists watching will make fun of me. And this sucks. If I can't get the drill bit out, I'm gonna have to start all over. I tried yanking it out by turning the lathe on while holding the other part still, and even tried putting it in the freezer with diced mangoes, which always helps me relax and shrink in size. But nothing worked. But then I had a genius idea. I grinded some flats on the side of the drill bit and used this wrench to attempt to turn it out.
Yeah.
Which worked, but I still need to make the hole a little larger. And I've decided from now on, I should definitely use a safer approach and use a dummy and some lubricant. And I'm pretty sure the lathe isn't meant to be making this noise. So I just put on some ear protection to fix the noise, and that looks pretty good, and the blank also fits.
That's pretty perfect.
Okay, the hole is done and seems to be in the center. So I just cut the tip off using the world's most unpleasant tool. And then decided I had had enough of staring at these blanks and wanted to see what actually happens if I just hit one with a hammer.
3, 2, 1. Yes!
And now without ear protection for some reason.
3, 2, 1.
And I don't know why I did that. My ears are literally still ringing while recording this. But I still decided I want to see what happens if I hit it again, but this time with a nail on top. So I put the nail in, then place the blank underneath. And it's very important I do this in that order so I don't accidentally set off the blank and die. Then I hit it as hard as I could.
2, 1.
And nothing. And again. This time I placed a sharper point behind the blank. and still nothing. And then I tried placing the blank on flat metal and also clamping the device so it doesn't fall onto the ground and then point towards me.
3, 2, 1. God, what the Holy sh**. Where did the nail? Oh, that is terrifying. Oh, I cannot believe that these say they are weak. I am so glad I didn't buy the strong ones. Let's check upstairs and see if that did any damage.
And that works a little too well, which might be my fault, as I spent an hour like a sweatshop worker machining like 100 nails down until I had an airtight fit in the hole of the hammer. And I'm really starting to think I should make myself like a Kevlar apron or something to protect my innards. If for some reason anyone watching has some Kevlar they don't want that they want to send me, hit me up. Okay, moving on with the build, I need to make a hinge between the two pieces. So I decided to just use a store-bought hinge, which will attach to the bottom of some flat bar like this. And now it's time for something else I've never done, which is use this tap and die set to create threads in metal. But first, I thought I'd better read the instructions very, very carefully to make sure I don't die. Then, once it was kind of together, I realized a potential problem with my design, which was that the round could go off when I closed the hinge. Which it didn't, so I set it off with a stick once again.
3, 2, 1. Oh my god, it's too powerful, so it went straight through. And it went to the roof again. And let's go check upstairs again. What?
And that works great, but I still decided to swap the hinge out for a more beefy one, which I took from the door of this cabinet. And I like this thing. It's like I'm holding a badly rendered pistol. Now I need to decide on the locks that hold the pieces together. And at first I was going to go with this kind of artistic wanky lock, but I don't actually think it would hold together with the extreme forces on the hammer. So I went with this sturdier one. Then once I tap and not died the rest of the holes, I've essentially got the finished thing. Except it looks really ugly. And after looking online at other kinds of hammers and other stuff, I found this by Adam Savage, which I'm going to take slight inspiration from. And after all that grinding, I was curious as to how much metal I had actually lost. So I measured it, and strangely, I gained around 1 centimeter. Then I cleaned up the other pieces using my sick tech deck skills from my childhood. And so far, this has actually been pretty easy. But now comes the hard bit, where I grind in the more delicate details and risk stuffing up this whole piece, which I'm terrified about. So I rolled a die to see which piece would be sacrificed first. Now I'm going to try and create an angled section on the side, and I can do this in 2 different ways. The first, by locking the grinding face at an angle, or I can do my favorite method, which is to lock myself at a 45-degree angle so I'm consistent with my grind. And after combining the two, I created this. So then I just did the same thing on the front to create these cute little triangles, which despite my fears, actually look pretty good. So then I attempted the scariest part, which is a rounded groove cut into metal, which blacksmiths and whitesmiths like to call fullers. So I tilted the belt at this sharp angle and started. And while doing this, I actually found the best angle for grinding was when I placed my head right here, which allowed me to see right along the face. But it also means the metal dust gets a good view of my face as well. And after all this grinding, I was starting to create a bit of mess on the floor with all these iron filings. But luckily, I had a mate who told me a tip, which was to place a bucket of water directly underneath the grinder, which is actually great as it keeps me nice and cool while doing this hot work. Okay, the fullers look pretty good, although it is starting to look more like the G word, which I'm too scared to say on YouTube. And this definitely isn't a G, it's a hammer, not illegal, and it's just a homemade, slightly a dodgy version of something I can buy from stores. So then I switched to this belt, which I found in the bin of a waxing salon. And the tiny hairs stuck to this belt give the metal a really nice finish.
My God, that's smooth.
And look at that, I'm proud. It actually all looks good, except these little overhanging lips. So I gave it a labiaplasty. Now you're probably wondering how I'm going to stick a handle on this thing. And so am I. I definitely should have planned how I was going to do that from the start, because now I'm just going to have to go with the easiest, worst option, which is most likely going to ruin all of this work. And I'm going to attempt to weld a piece of pipe here and then just shove the handle in like this. And after a quick test, cutting another piece of pipe and welding that onto another piece of metal, and then hitting that as hard as I can against an anvil, I think it might hold. So I just got a piece real hot, squished it in the vise, and then closed my eyes and hoped for the best. And I really hope this doesn't stuff up. This has been my longest project so far and took me a crazy 13 minutes and 59 seconds to get here. And I had to sit through a Nord sponsor and 2 unskippable ads, so this better work. And after filling the piece up with about an inch of lava, the weld actually looks alright and the piece hasn't deformed. So then I cleaned off the black stuff until it was shiny again, and then did some research trying to decide on the finish for this metal. And one I do like is stone washing, where you etch the metal in acid. Then people on the internet will get that metal and put it in a rock tumbler to get this nice looking surface which protects the metal from rust and looks rustic. And I don't have a tumbler, so I figured out another easy way to make your own. All you do is you get your metal, put it in your pocket with some stones from the garden, and then put it in the washing machine for about an hour, which gives you this. And I decided I don't actually like this very much, so I'm sticking with the shiny finish. But I'm also going to copy what every WOG that moves to Australia does and cover pointless parts of it in gold in an attempt to make myself look more serious. Then I grabbed some oil and rubbed it all over the wood before using some quick set epoxy and a bolt to lock the handle in place. Now the instructions of the epoxy don't say you have to panic, but I find I get better results if I use the wrong size bolt, which I then have to cut down and then burn myself on. I then like to freak out that I'm not going to get the handle in place before the epoxy sets, ruining my whole project, meaning I'm not going to be able to upload a video in time and I'm going to become irrelevant and not be able to upload on YouTube ever again. And it worked. Then I took it back to the beautiful hairy belt to smooth it out. And I do like these hairy belts a lot, but just like the Thai place down the road, I find I get much better results when finishing by hand. And it's done. So I decided to do one last vice test just to make sure it all still works.
3, 2, 1. Nice. I don't know why I didn't place a piece of wood there or something. Let's go upstairs.
What?
Oh,
And I'm very, very happy with that. This thing is powerful and beautiful. Definitely the coolest thing I've ever made. But I just realized that the vise was definitely adding heaps of support on the side and on the bottom of the hammer. So before I swing it by hand, I decided to put it on this rig, which perfectly recreates how my arm works.
oh.
Which didn't work. And again. Then I figured out what was happening. My hammer was working in the vise, but not for the reasons I intended. I thought the nail was moving back and pushing the blank, setting it off, but that wasn't actually happening. Because I was scared and crouching down to make sure I didn't die, I was actually hitting the top of the hammer, not the nail, which meant I was squishing these two pieces of metal together, setting off the blank. So I switched to a shorter nail so that the end of the hammer would actually hit the table. And...
Yes. Yes. Whoa.
What was that?
Alright, let's hammer some stuff that you shouldn't be able to. Like, this fry pan.
Oh my god.
And it smashed through that easily. But it is pretty thin metal, so let's move on to some thicker metal, like this a barbecue plate, which is 1.5 centimeters thick.
Three, two, one. Far out that was a loud one. Okay, it's stuck. Ooh. Whoa. It is punched a clean hole. You can see the punch marks. Or the way that it kind of blew it out at the back. That is insane.
And after that success, I think I'm going to take it off the rig and have a go at hitting it myself. And I'm honestly so surprised this thing hasn't blown apart yet. And even my dodgy weld seems to somehow be holding up. So I stacked up some stuff in front of me and decided to hit this book.
Oh. Oh my god, I'm terrified of this thing. Think away from me. There. 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one. That was actually fine to hold. Don't go all the way through the table. Went through the book, through the table, through this surfboard I have here, and is sticking out. That is insane. I'm gonna stop playing with this thing. This.
Thank you so much for watching. If you like that, please subscribe and check out some of my other stuff.
You a lawn care guy?
Yeah.
You know anything about these houses right here?
Oh, no, I don't know nothing about those.
Yeah, they look pretty bad.
Bad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, those ones are crazy though. I couldn't believe how overgrown they're getting.
I don't know why people do that. Let it get like that, but yeah.
You think the neighbors would be happy if those were cleaned up a little bit?
They would love it.
Yeah, well, I just try to find those real overgrown ones, and
Yeah,
I
so
kind
do
of
it for free, huh?
I
Man,
clean them
that's
up.
all right. That's okay. Well, I know they're gonna be happy. You know what I'm saying?
Hey everyone, Spencer here with SB Mowing, and as you know, I like to find crazy overgrown lawns, and this one was perfect for what I like to do. It's gotta have crazy tall grass, but especially it's gotta have overgrown sidewalks and overgrown curbs. So when I drove by this one, I saw two houses right next to each other that met all of my criteria. They were obviously vacant and they were all boarded up and falling apart, so I decided to talk to some neighbors to get some more information. Turns out some of the neighbors have been here for quite a while, and this house has been this way as long as they can remember. So I thought I would go ahead and get it cleaned up for the neighborhood, and especially get the sidewalks and curbs cleaned up so that the drainage works again and the neighbors can actually use the sidewalk. The backyard was also massive and a big test for my bad boy mower, which it did an amazing job on. So be sure to stay till the very end of this video to see the awesome before and after pictures, and if you haven't done so yet, go down below and click the subscribe button for me, as this is the best way to support this work that I do. I hope you all have a great rest of your day and a great rest of your week. We'll see you next time. SB Mowing, out.
Sleepy peepee. come back once a month, lel. Yo.
What's up everyone, Spencer here with SB Mowing. I'm here at Costco and I'm picking up the exclusive line of Scott's Max Fertilizer. Let's go get it. Hey everyone, Spencer here with SB Mowing, and I'm really excited because the lawn mowing season is kicking off right here at Costco, because since it's finally warming up, I'm on the hunt for the Costco exclusive best fertilizer in the game, Scott's Max. Luckily, I found it pretty quick because I'm excited to get home to get my lawn the nutrients it needs. All right, we found the Scott's Max line. We've got the weed and feed, the crabgrass preventer, and the lawn food. I'm personally gonna get the weed and feed, but they have anything for any type of grass to get your lawn looking good this year. But I'm really excited to get home and get this applied to my lawn. And it was super easy to apply by just reading the instructions right on the packaging, and I got straight to work. And obviously, I'm a really busy guy cleaning up other people's lawns, so it was nice for a convenient solution that is backed by science to get my yard started off for this season. So be sure to stop by your local Costco to get the Scott's Max line, which is exclusive to Costco, to get your lawn the nutrients that it needs to looking amazing this year. SB Mowing, out.
t-shirt.
Hi, I'm Michael. Have you ever thought to yourself, gee, I wish I had a robot that could shoot lasers into my eyes? Well, I sure have. Everyone has. It's an age-old question. Is there a God? What is the meaning of life? And can I have a robot that recognizes my face and shoots me with lasers in the eyeball? That's why I built one. So when you know you have the next great thing, when you know you have something that's just going to change the game forever, you don't skimp on building materials. Do you think Steve Jobs would be where he is today if he made the iPhone out of plastic? Yeah, you'd still be dead, but moot point. So some people have compared this to like the invention of the PC or like the modern database, but I like to think of it as more along the lines of the second wheel or like the invention of water. You can really see what I was talking about earlier with the building material. I went with something sturdy yet flexible, lightweight yet robust, and retains the ability to dissolve in water in a matter of seconds, so that's always good. Despite the innovative design, I'm actually not a mechanical engineer, I'm a software developer, but I think it turned out pretty good. See here you got your two servos for pan and tilt. This is the laser. This is just a cheap webcam off of Amazon, and I rigged it up with that to take in power, and the laser the laser shows up there in a second. I know what you're thinking, and thankfully the answer is no. Those are not my Crocs. Despite my looks, I am not 14. Michael, I hear you ask, how does a camera strapped to a pizza box recognize my face and shoot a laser in my eye? I'm gonna get to that, you impatient piece of shit. The answer is this: the codes, software, the part of this that I'm actually good at. Is that a Minecraft mod? No, this is actually useful. It shines a laser in your eye. Alright, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I know no one really gives a shit, but I wrote it in C# with WinForms for the UI, and I'm using mgucv for the facial recognition framework, which is actually just the .NET wrapper version of OpenCV. But, you know, no one really cares. Alright, so as you may have noticed, it's nighttime now, and that's because facial recognition it's better with the synthetic light, so let's get it plugged in and shine me in the eye with a laser. Bing. We're just gonna start it up again and oh shit!
Activated.
Okay, so I forgot I gave it the voice of the turret from Portal 2. Oof. It was in an attempt to make it less creepy, but as you can hear, it made it like 10 times creepier. All right, I got it set up with what the camera is seeing on one of these. Ah, fuck! Yeah, so I set it up so you can see what the program's seeing up there in the upper right. It's really doing its job of lasering me in the eye, which is the real innovation here. To my pleasant surprise, I found that this machine also solves another of society's problems. The fact that you're not seeing little tiny dots in your vision all day long. I didn't know where to go when I wanted to see little dots. Now I can't focus on anything. So I know what you're thinking. Michael, where can I get one of these wonderful inventions? I've seen perfectly my whole life. I want the dots. Good news for you, if we get -1 likes on this video, that's not a dislike. That means if we like it so much that it maxes out whatever data type YouTube software engineers put in place to keep track of likes, and then it wraps back down to the minimum value because it's an integer overflow, and then back up to -1, then I will send one to you. You know what? I'll send this one to you, because I don't want it. I can't see anymore. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed losing my vision to make it. I'm not really sure what I want the rest of the videos on this channel to be like, but I'm super open to suggestions if you want to see more like this or more like in-depth guides. Like if you want to see how the software for this laser detecting eye destroyer was made, I could do something like that. I definitely want to do more videos like this, but I have a lot of stuff I want to talk about, so we'll just see how it goes. Thanks for watching. Alright, so I actually almost forgot the best part of this, which was that I gave it voice commands. Command fuck off.
Sorry. Full disclosure, I started planning this project about a year ago, so it is in no way related to current world events. However, world events have been off the charts for quite a while now. My goal here is to build the most cost-effective bunker in my residential backyard and build it in a way that can be repeatable should others wish to do so as well. Some people might think my methods are cheap, others will think it's expensive, but we already know there's some millennials calling their parents to see if they can hobbit hole their first home out from underneath their parents' lawn. It is free real estate. Bunkers can protect against all kinds of things, whether it's solar flares, nuclear fallout, hiding from zombies. Apocalypses come in all different flavors. However, it's been a dream of mine ever since I was a little kid to just have an awesome hideout full of technology and accessories where a man can just chill. I'm incredibly excited for this project. Make sure you're subscribed. It is free. Let's get started. There are a lot of different bunker options that I looked at when I was starting this project. My first thought was that I could use a shipping container and bury that in my yard instead. Turns out that's a terrible idea. Shipping containers are designed to be stacked on top of each other but not have any weight whatsoever on the walls themselves or it'll collapse. And if you're going to add structure, you might as well pick option number 2, which is designing and engineer some kind of underground basement of sorts encased in concrete. But that got super expensive super fast. Definitely a valid option though if you want something super custom. I, however, decided to go with a culvert bunker design made out of 12-foot diameter, helically corrugated stormwater drainage pipe. These things are so massive. I picked these massive metal pipes for a few reasons. First of all, they have a service life of 100 years, meaning my grandkids' grandkids will be able to use this bunker. And of course, I'll keep a running tally on how much this whole thing cost me as we build it, just in case someone else wants to try and imitate my process. Also, feel free to take my ideas and give me some of your own suggestions down in the comments. Unloading it off a semi-truck was pretty intense, since each 20-foot section of pipe weighs close to 4,000 pounds. It requires a full-size telehandler, and even then we were maxing out its capabilities. We use 2 giant machines, but you can probably get away with using just one by lifting up one edge, sliding straps underneath, and setting the 2 back down. Then lifting up from the center of the pipe like you see here. Together, these two pieces of pipe cost me exactly $31,959 here in 2023. I picked the helically corrugated storm pipes because of their ridiculous strength. They might not look it right now, but the shape and ribs of these pipe allow them to be buried up to 100 feet. And since this pipe is used regularly all over the world for stormwater runoff in large cities, the installation and engineering is already super well known, vetted, and documented. Entire freeways are built on top of these pipes that people drive over every day. They also come in widths of up to 15 feet wide, but that required special shipping permits, and the 12-foot diameter versions are more than enough for what I need. I mean, look at this. It'll be close to 5,000 cubic feet of beautiful bunker space when we're done. To get inside the bunker that is underneath the ground in my backyard, we will need a 20-foot tall entry shaft at one end and a 20-foot tall emergency exit shaft at the other. I'm calling my bunker the Ground X Project, since not everyone can afford a ticket to Mars. The whole thing is designed to sleep 6 people, and everything is currently drawn digitally in SolidWorks. Each metal sheet and each structural member is meticulously laid out beforehand, since this isn't really the type of project I can wing on a whim, and we need to be super efficient with the construction. We have to move really fast to get it in the ground before it starts snowing, and the longer these pipes sit in my yard, the more suspicious my neighbors are gonna get. If you want to design your own bunker, SolidWorks has been a channel sponsor for a while now. They have something called 3D Experience SolidWorks for makers, an incredibly affordable way to design anything you can imagine. Great for fabricating, designing, rendering, even programming CNC machines or 3D printers, both connected to the cloud or locally installed. Great for hobbies, personal projects, or, making a massive backyard bunker. This isn't our completely final version just yet. We still need to design an elevator in the entry shaft and probably add some more air vents, but we should be finished by the time we're finished. If you want to use professional design tools on a personal level, I'll leave a 20% discount off the usual $99 a year for the 3D Experience SolidWorks down in the description. Elevate your design game or submerge an entire structure, whichever you prefer, all within your means. However, the 3D Experience SolidWorks for makers is not for professional use. If your side hustle makes more than $2,000 a year, you gotta buy the professional version. I don't make the rules, I just leave the links in the description. The CAD file from SolidWorks is also what we put on the back of our shirts. I will leave a link for that in the description as well. As far as burying the pipe goes, some of these culverts can be placed just a few feet below the ground. However, I've decided to go 6 feet underground because that's where we start to take advantage of the thermal insulation of the earth. At that depth, any hobbit will tell you that's where things start to get cozy and consistent, maintaining about 60 degrees year-round, which is especially beneficial here in Utah where we have really cold winters. Plus, the more dirt that I can put on top of the pipe, the more structurally sound the pipe will be. To a point, of course. The whole thing is kind of like this empty pop can. The thin-walled aluminum can is a suspiciously similar shape to the large pipe, and me being able to crush it with 2 fingers isn't very confidence-inducing. But if we dig a hole, support the tube with earth from underneath and dirt on the sides, and then bury the can, the same thin-walled empty soda can can now hold my full body weight in multiple positions with no issues. An empty pop can that's buried can survive extreme loads fully intact. Once my bunker's in the ground, it can survive whole semi-trucks driving over the top, giant bomb blasts, or even a zombie the size of your mom. So if we're gonna be sitting 6 feet below the surface, and we have a 12-foot diameter pipe, that means we need an 18-foot deep hole. We better get to digging. This might take a while.
I messed up here.
Do you hear that? I hear reinforcements. Big things are coming. If you want to help support this project, you can always buy a Jerry Rig Everything knife, $15, jerryrigknife.com. Incredibly useful during any cataclysm. And if for whatever reason it does not survive the apocalypse, just send me an email. See you next week. Full disclosure, I started planning this project about a year ago, so it is in no way related to current world events. However, world events have been off the charts for quite a while.
You're welcome.
它会有一个弧度啊，这个弧度你说是半圆又不是半圆，当然也有很多老师在教啊，就是个半圆形啊，就是一个随便用它的辐射热啊，你烧了很久之后，那个窑体啊或者我们的窑，它会吸到很多的热，这个热的辐射热去把面包泡起来，这个才好吃。
Hello, I'm Gav.
I'm Dan.
We're the Slow-Mo Guys. I'm on a bit of a kick of recreating CG moments from films, but in real life like.
Very satisfying.
Suicide Squad, the good one.
Yeah.
has an amazing slow-mo moment where one character shoots another character through his own bullet.
That's right. Shoots.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to avoid the spoiler, but yeah,
Sorry.
go for it.
Okay, fine. No, fine. I see what you're doing. Yeah.
That bit where character X shoots character Y through his own bullet.
Character Y.
Yeah.
Had something similar to this.
Shonk.
So it's a thick boy. It's a 50 cal, goes in a Desert Eagle. It's a hollow point, so that's what he was using.
Yeah.
And it's designed to sort of expend all its energy straight away into the target. And character X was using something similar to this.
That's just a 2-2.
This is just a 22.
22 if you're in the US.
Ball round,
Yeah.
and we're going to try and. Oh yeah, it fits perfectly.
I'm amazed that it actually does fit perfectly within the little hollow point zone.
Yeah, even if it's not the exact ammunition he was using in the film, it fits pretty much like the size is about right.
I think he was using a much pointier round.
We can't really fire both bullets at each other. We can only have one stationary and the other one going at it.
Yeah, so this one will be sat there and this one will be fired.
Correct.
If you do want to see an amazing video of two bullets actually hitting each other, both fired from guns, check out Destin's video. A masterpiece.
A masterpiece.
All right, let's get on it.
I'm just going to put a 50 cal bullet here on this nail, aim the 2-2 by looking down the barrel before I place the round in, and hopefully we can get it nice and snug.
I'm going to start at about 82,000 frames a second with the TMX behind a nice bulletproof shield, because this will be, I assume, Shrapnel City.
If the movie's anything to go by, yes.
Yeah.
But we are just using the force of the 2-2 rather than both of them going to each other. So it remains to be seen. We might just shoot this and then it just goes. Pfft.
I think it goes without saying. Just don't try any of this at home.
There we go. That is a fat little round, isn't it? Look how much propellant is in here.
Jeez. You gonna pop a 2-2 for reference?
Yeah, pull a 2-2. Okay.
It's very funny.
That's a really eye-opening sort of comparison there, isn't it?
Different applications.
Yeah. Bit of blue tack there. That'll do, won't it?
The nail's like a T, it's like mental golf. This will be remotely triggered and remotely fired, so we won't be anywhere near this. This bad boy will. So I'm just going to once again get the monitor out of the shrapnel zone. Imagine if you get this first try.
I think I will.
Do you really think so?
I think I will.
All right.
I'll move my sunglasses out of the way, actually. Okay, we loaded.
Loaded.
Here we go.
Well, it's gone.
Safe. Yeah, it's gone. Oh, did I nail it?
I think that's in there.
That's in there,
Hold
isn't
on,
it?
let's look under here.
That's in there. That's in there. Like,
Okay.
rewind it for like a few frames, like 4 frames. God, that's in there. It looks like the bullet came out like wonky. That shouldn't be happening. That's unusual.
Oh, and then it just stops dead on that bullet.
I thought that it wasn't going to have that much of an effect, but it really did.
I mean, the bullet did not go through. It was just absorbed into the front, but I mean, it knocked it.
But that is cool though, because that kind of shows the principle of what's happening.
Faster, closer?
Faster, closer.
Good shot.
Excuse me?
Okay, I'm much closer with the camera now, and I've squashed the frame down to a thin slit. Top and the bottom aren't giving us any information, so we're now at 200,000 frames a second, looking more into the front.
Loaded. Safety off. Firing in 3, 2, 1. It looks like a little mini golf swing, honestly. Like that. Look at this little blue tack left. It's slightly bending the nail each time.
You don't think that's DBW?
DBW?
Dan-based wonkage?
No, maybe. Oh, look at
lovely.
That is middled.
That is a premium shot. Much better frame rate.
Yeah. I like the flash. Hang on, is that? God, look at that.
That is that is a baby made. That is straight in there.
Bosh.
Yeah, and then you have the air getting squished and firing through the little gaps.
Yeah. Just like you get when you fire the actual hollow points at stuff. That's what happens.
Yeah, like if you hit steel, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised it has that much of an effect, considering that all it's holding on there is a bit of blue tack. I thought we might have to like back it with something strong to stop it from going anywhere.
I don't think it makes a lick of difference. It's coming in so fast.
It's awesome. You can see the copper jacket gets peeled away from the lead as well.
See how soft it is?
Yeah.
Look at this as well. Look at the blue tack.
But that's happening so quick. In reality, it's going like.
Yeah. In reality, it's like. Ding!
Yeah.
You know, I think slowly it's hammering the nail down.
I think it is too, because I keep having to move the gun down. I think you're right. I've been like, huh. I keep having to like adjust it down.
Okay, I've shrunk the resolution down even more. Very tiny slit. This is probably as thin as I'm going to go in color, and we're now at double the frame rate, 400,000 frames a second. That will slow 1 second to about 4.5 hours.
Whoa.
So not messing around.
Firing in 3, 2, 1. I saw it seemed to like splay out into like a sunflower shape and was going and spinning like a flat disc. Kind of went over like that, over in that direction. It kind of goes.
We're now in black and white at 875,000 frames a second.
3, 2, 1, fire! Did you see it?
Yeah.
That's so satisfying.
The entire lead is gone.
Oh. Yeah. It's more or less perfectly peeled along the lines of the sort of hollow point weaknesses, you can see.
Okay, camera's now right behind the gun. We're back at 200k on the frame rate, looking right down the old bullet hole.
This is going to be quite a satisfying shot.
Do you think so?
I think so, because you're going to see everything as it happens.
Yeah. Hopefully there's not too much muzzle gump.
Firing in 3, 2, 1. You found it?
Yeah.
Phew.
Perfect flower again.
They're pretty much identical. Like,
yeah. They're never making it through the back. Bloody close with the camera. Counting a lot on this bulletproof shield.
Firing in 3, 2, 1. That's a chip.
Yeah. Right in front of where the lens is. Good job, shield. Bloody, what is this bullet doing?
What's going on?
It's coming in like a flared plane.
I can't tell apart which one's which, but it never seems to get through the whole of the bullet.
It's pretty much like halfway to what happened in the film, but
Yeah.
we just don't have the power to get through it. What if it was a full cartridge?
Just for no reason.
Yeah, the full round, case and all.
I want to see it too, all right, but I just don't know what's going to happen. Something I like about Suicide Squad is they got a lot right. They got the spin of the bullets, they got what would happen to the bullet kind of right. Some movies, like was it Naked Gun 32 or whatever?
33 1/3, like the record speed.
Had on the front cover, there's full cartridges and bullets flying around, like making holes in things. I get it that that's, you know, it's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek movie, but the amount of times that in media they think that bullets come through the air like this.
Yeah, we got a lot of grief on our thumbnail for the pinfire video. Before they even watched the video, and then afterwards they're like, oh.
Well, I think
I'll let you pushed on just the front of your nose at first, even though you're wearing goggles.
I went like this, I went, I'm gonna have to sort of push on my nose. And then I realized, I think the bullet will come out of the case and the case will be split and there'll be no propellant in it. I think the primer will be intact, but we'll find like a split brass case somewhere. Firing in 3, 2, 1. Well, it didn't initiate the cartridge. Otherwise there would have been a loud bang. Look at that. It's perfectly made it like trumpeted.
Is there an intact primer?
Yes, the primer
That's
is
definitely
intact.
it. That's the one.
So it's been shot, burst it open,
and just left. And all the powder's gone and the bullet's gone. That's wild.
Should we just, you know, for absolutely no reason, has no relevance whatsoever to Suicide Squad or anything we're doing today, let's just turn it around and fire it with a gun.
That should do it. Right into the primer.
I think so.
All right.
Judging by my accuracy so far, I think we'll get it.
This should be a much bigger bang.
I'm expecting it to be. Firing in 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Might have just wrecked it.
Oh.
Did it go?
I think it went, yeah. That's a direct hit. Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh
Shockwave.
my goodness. The cartridge case just sort of stayed in the middle there.
That was clean into the primer, and now the bullet is just in the other case.
That's awesome. Look at the shockwave. Did it even initiate most of the propellers?
I don't think so.
It just knocked the primer.
It might have
out.
just been the primer got smashed into the back of the bullet.
Yeah, it's just dented the back of the bullet.
Knocking the bullet out, and I think most of the powder, I mean, there was a shockwave, but I think most of the powder went untouched.
That shows how insensitive the powder is.
And then there's just like a messed up ballooned case with no primer.
Crazy. Cream in the middle there. Gosh.
I love the little shockwave at the back.
That's so cool, isn't it? You can see it travel all along the way of the brass there.
Just knocks the bullet out. Yeah, a little bit of brass went back.
Yeah, it wasn't most of it. It was just
like a little wing.
Yeah, a tiny little spinning fragment. That you can see that piece spinning really quickly going off.
Oh, you can see before the bullet gets shot out that the case actually gets like smushed further up. Like the bullet goes further in and then out.
Oh yeah.
Because you know a lot of like what gives a bullet its oomph is the barrel, and I think to an extent the case, just to get it out.
Oh yeah.
So when the case is immediately like popped open before all the powder's gone, it's like there's nothing that can happen because all the powder's in the air.
It's true. You know a bit of information for you here. The brass cartridge cases are also a heat sink when you're firing weapons. They developed caseless ammunition, but the guns were more likely to overheat. But because you're expending a lot of heat energy into each case, it's then being released. So they serve several purposes.
They are hot when they come out.
Mm-hmm. Look how cleanly I shot through the primer.
That's an amazing shot, especially considering a lot of these bullets were coming out a little bit janked.
Well, that's probably why it's done that, you see.
Yeah.
Because it probably hit it directly, but then the jank made it go through.
Do you fancy a subtle escalation?
Yeah, I mean, we're not quite getting the same results as is on the film with the 2.2. So let's escalate it with this bad boy.
Does that even fit in the hole? I guess the tip will.
The tip will, and that's all you really need to get in is the tip.
So not movie accurate, because I think the entire bullet in the film goes through.
Yeah.
This is just, it will go through.
It will go through it,
but
it's not, we haven't been film accurate at any point.
We'd have to get sort of like an armor piercing, hard tipped round if we actually want, but you know, they're pretty difficult to get.
Yeah, you can't just pop down to your local Walmart and get them. These though, perfectly fine. 3, 2, 1! Look at this.
Bloody hell. Ready?
Oh, it's so much bigger. Oh my word!
Like it's a bunch of liquid.
That was almost identical to the movie, except it was almost more liquid. Like, it made a splash on the
because it didn't go in the hole. It just hit the size of the spark.
That's a like
Look
ridiculous.
at that. Oh.
That's more like the effect from the movie, or like a combination between the smaller bullet and that bullet.
Yeah.
It was like kind of like the movie.
I think if we can get that hit dead on,
yeah,
that'd be premium.
It's not easy, but it is fun. So I'll do it again.
I mean, nothing about this is easy.
Yeah.
I think it's a nice frame rate.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Wish I had a bit more depth.
Because it's a much bigger barrel than the 2.2.
Yeah.
There's a lot more sort of space where the bullet can be when I look down the barrel. With the 2.2, it was
more
like
space.
Yeah.
You might have to get further back from the hole.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1. Three, two, one.
Bloody hell. It just turns it to liquid.
It's like a splash. See, that's the way I can describe it, as a splash. Even though we've used a bigger bullet than the movie, they got it pretty much exactly accurate.
That's pretty much exactly what happened.
That's exactly what
I
happened.
wonder if they did a bunch of testing or whether they just simulated it and that's, you know, you can enter in different material values.
I can only assume, I think they'd have tested it. Because that's so accurate.
Cool.
I wonder if anyone from that film knows, if you send in an email, put a comment.
Yeah. All I'm saying is props to the visual effects department.
Yeah.
That is bang on.
That's really cool. I'm only disappointed that they didn't do it for real at this point.
Yeah, you just need like a 7,000 mile an hour camera move. You know, I don't think that would be that different a result if the other bullet was rifling and moving towards us at speed.
Oh, so if we had fired both?
Yeah.
Maybe it'd be slightly more of a splash.
Yeah, I want to see detail in all this stuff behind. Like, I want that sharp. So
you're going to focus slightly behind with a bit more depth?
I'm probably just going to move the camera perpendicular again and put this in the danger zone.
I mean, when you say danger zone, come and have a look at this. Look at all this shrapnel.
I've had second thoughts.
Yeah. So I think because you fire the 30-06 here, and it hits the 50 cal bullet, but the splash kind of fans out.
Yeah.
So, because it goes like this, you could be at this angle slightly behind it and still get a lot of the action happening behind because it goes out like that.
Just behind the cone of hate.
Just behind the cone of doom, yeah.
Yeah. Because even our bulletproof shield has value to it. Like, even that isn't cheap.
I am attached to it. 3, 2, 1! It's just giant.
It's nice and thin still. It's just the amount of extra velocity it has.
It's weight and velocity. Boom! Oh.
What an absolute peelage. So I think what the film didn't have, they didn't have the air igniting from inside the hole. But even this bullet, I mean, it's not a very hard tipped bullet, but it doesn't come out the other side. It just sort of merges. It ends up just like squished into everything else.
I kind of expected it to still be in one piece.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely mangled.
What we found out from this is basically, if they were both fired at each other,
yeah,
instead of one being stationary, potentially they would just go if they're both fired at the same speed, because they kind of mush into each other.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be more of like a...
Okay.
So instead of everything going one way because it's stationary, they would go like, it'd be just a big sphere of pieces.
So they'd both be fine. So in actual fact, what character X should have said was not smaller bullets. He should have said this. No. He's holding his neck and like,
oh sorry,
and he goes, ow.
Okay.
How? It's actually the composition of the bullets. It's harder, and I couldn't see you there for a second.
Perfect. Yeah. I was just gone. Wicked.
I mean, it looks great. I think that's the mission accomplished.
Well, A, incredibly satisfying footage, and B, we will be needing a new table.
It's been annihilated. I thought we'd got away with it. But I'm also pleased because the footage was so good.
Yeah.
I'm also really pleased that the table's ruined because we stepped up to that bigger round.
Made all the difference, didn't it?
Totally. Made all the difference, made a massively different effect, and I'm quite impressed with how well they managed to replicate it.
Yeah, the CG was, I would say, insanely accurate. I mean, barring that we didn't get a bullet to come out the other side and there wasn't a flash in the CG, but...
That's true.
Amazing attention to detail.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And wildly consistent on that 22.
It was, wasn't it?
Every time.
We managed to find quite a few. This is my favourite.
Nice and splayed.
Yeah.
Well, feel free to leave a comment if you can think of other cool CG moments from films, because we potentially have the technology to be able to recreate them in real life, which is damn good fun in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd say there was a period about 10 years ago where slow-mo cameras weren't really there, but the computers that made CGI were.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of practical effects that can be done now and actually filmed at the frame rate for real.
I agree, and I want to try it. Well, there we go. Make sure you subscribe if you like slow-mo, and we'll see you right back here in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Something weird about every country in the world. Oh, that's weird. A 9.0 magnitude earthquake rumbled Portugal on All Saints' Day in 1755 and was immediately followed up by several tsunamis and large-scale fires because of celebration candles being knocked over in people's houses. It was a rough day. Before it was called Benin in 1975, it used to be called Dahomey because it's where you hung out with all Dahomies. Thanks to legendary marketing, it is a common tradition in Japan to celebrate Christmas Eve with a feast of KFC. This video is not sponsored by KFC, but it could be. Like my toilet, Luxembourg has a big old duke in it. It is the only country in the world to be ruled by a Grand Duke. In China, it is illegal to reincarnate without explicit permission from the government. Imagine police just waiting for you right as you're reborn. Just don't be a girl. Niger is so cool that it has a dinosaur named after it. This complete doofus is called the Nigersaurus. Don't get any funny ideas about pronunciation. In Cambodia, geckos are considered very lucky. It is believed that the number of chirps you hear from your gecko friend determines your future marriage. 1 chirp is good, 2 is not as good. 15 chirps is the percent you could save on your car insurance. Ancient Egyptians had their own police force consisting of specially trained baboons to take down fleeing criminals. The African islands of Sao Tome and Principe are home to this big honkin' rock dog called Cayo Grande or Big Dog, which marks the remains of an ancient volcano. Dominica's national dish is the mountain chicken, which isn't really chicken at all. It's the legs of the giant ditch frog. Yemen's cash crop is khat, a chewable leafy plant that contains cathinone, a stimulant which causes mild euphoria and excitement. Its effects are similar to drinking a very strong coffee. There's an old tradition in Slovakia called the Easter whip, where women are splashed with water and gently whipped with a willow branch to promote fertility and youth. But it just seems like it would be annoying. For those who will eat just about anything, a delicacy in the Philippines is balat, or fertilized duck embryo. Yeah, that's a hard pass for me. In 1969, Honduras and El Salvador battled in the Football War, which began after a heated football match, though tensions surrounding immigration were also a catalyst. The 100-hour war resulted in about 3,000 casualties. Alright, maybe football isn't as boring as I thought. Uzbekistan is home to the Muruntau mine, one of the world's largest open-pit gold mines. There is no Danish word for please. Instead, they say "vær så venlig," which translates to "be so kind," which gives me strong Bioshock vibes.
Get this. Would you kindly head to Ryan's office and subscribe to Chat History?
Over 80% of the island nation of Nauru is now uninhabitable thanks to decades of lucrative phosphate mining. This is St. Vincent, and these are the Grenadines. They penalize homosexual practices, referred to hilariously as buggery, using the penal system. You get the joke. The United Kingdom is made up of England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland, so let's not leave them out. England experienced the Great Stink of 1858 thanks to a ton of rotting poo-poo and industrial waste in the River Thames. This prompted the development of a working sewage system. In Wales, only 30% of people can speak Welsh. The national animal of Scotland is the unicorn. Northern Ireland has over 20 miles of peace walls which separate Catholic and Protestant communities from each other. The Wodabe tribe in Chad holds the annual Garawal Festival, where handsome stud muffins participate in a beauty pageant to an audience of potential wives. Right next door is Nigeria, Africa's largest oil exporter. The environment is shit, but the money is lit. In between the islands of St. Kitts and Nevis is a tiny landmass called Booby Island. Nice. The president of Equatorial Guinea has been in power since 1979 and has proclaimed himself a god, free of any consequences for his actions. Not exactly the type of ego you want as a president. The top-selling beverage in Oman is Mountain Dew. Who knew they were such gamers? The Dominican Republic military and law enforcement members are not allowed to vote in any elections to avoid power abuse. Zambia has termite mounds the size of small houses, but to termites, they're huge houses. Apparently, in Croatia, it's frowned upon to leave your house with wet hair lest you succumb to pneumonia. Huh, Ukraine looks a little smaller than the last video. Well, the number 4 nuclear reactor at Chernobyl exploded in 1986, forever tarnishing the image of nuclear energy. The United Arab Emirates is home to Dubai, where everyone just looks filthy stinking rich. But with free trade and no income tax, what else are you gonna do? Students in Bangladesh over the age of 15 can face actual jail time for cheating on exams. So would you rather face failure or jailure? 8 days after their infamous attack on Pearl Harbor, Japan invaded and occupied Brunei to secure a source of oil. What an American move.
Residents of Papua New Guinea used seashells as currency up until paper money was introduced in 1933, though some tribes still prefer using the shells. Remember, you can't eat money, but you can eat shells. The Mexican city of Mexico City is sinking at a rate of 20 Mexican inches per Mexican year. Within the last Mexican century, it has sunk about 33 Mexican feet. Moldovians love their wine, which isn't too weird, but Moldovians love their wine. The first weekend of October is a national celebration of wine. Bottoms up. Mozambique is the only country in the world whose flag is absolutely strapped, as it sports an AK-47. Guyana is honestly just straight up a Minecraft map. With a very biodiverse landscape, Guyana is home to a coastal plain, a savanna, multiple mountain ranges, and a lush rainforest. So you have plenty of places to choose from to build your first dirt house. Indonesia has so many islands. Look at all these islands. There are over 18,000 of them, with over 6,000 being uninhabited. $20 to whoever can find Penn Island. Are you a fan of communism? If so, there's an attraction in Lithuania where you can subject yourself to becoming a 1984 USSR citizen for 3 hours. Participants sign a waiver confirming that they will carry out any orders without objection or face harsh psychological and physical punishments. Workers of the world, unite! An Ebola virus outbreak in the 90s and 2000s wiped out 90% of Gabon's lowland gorilla population. Bummer. Liechtenstein has no army or airports, so it's easy pickings. Citizens of Turkmenistan love their carpet, so much so that there is an official ministry of carpet in the government to approve all carpet purchases. Under Sharia law in Afghanistan, men are allowed up to 4 wives, but unlimited side babes. South Sudan is the newest country on the map as of this video. It was formally recognized in 2011 after the end of the Second Sudanese Civil War, which killed 1.5 million people. Venezuela's minimum wage is about $6 a month, which is why Venezuelans can make a decent living farming gold on RuneScape, earning a few $100s a month. Argentina has a church dedicated to Diego Maradona, a famous football player from the 70s to the 90s. The parody religion is estimated to have over 9,000 followers, but the guy died in 2020, so where's your God now? The majority of Palestinian land is home to millions of olive trees, with some orchards being thousands of years old. Chile is home to the world's oldest mummies. The dusty Chinchorro mummies are believed to be over 7,000 years old. Suck it, Egypt. The name Sudan comes from the Arabic phrase Bilad al-Sudan, meaning land of the blacks. Hey, I didn't name it. Bahrain has a 400-year-old tree absolutely thriving in the middle of the goddamn desert. If this tree can make it, so can you. Motivational quote of the day. In Eswatini, it is illegal for any witch to fly their broomstick above 150 meters off the ground, which is why Eswatini will never host a Quidditch match. Palau is home to a very unique lake, home to millions of jellyfish called, well, you guessed it, Jellyfish Lake. What's cool is that they've all evolved to lose their stingers since no natural predators exist within the lake. Time to take a dip and slap a jelly. In Ireland, the Mick in last names means son of, and O means grandson or descendant of. So by that logic, McDonald's is the son of 2 Donalds. In 1974, Sweden sold 1,000 Volvo cars to North Korea for $73 million. The bill is still unpaid as of today and is valued at $330 million with interest. Probably best to just write that one off as a loss. On the Yap Islands of Micronesia, you can find large limestone discs called rye stones. These were used as ceremonial gifts and currency. Their value lies in what people perceive it to be. Kind of like Bitcoin. Poland is the world leader in exporting amber, which is used in jewelry and souvenirs. I don't know, something about this just really bugs me. If insects weren't enough for you, try some Vietnamese snake wine. The diluted venom adds a nice kick to it. Don't worry, it's safe to drink. Sometimes. In the 1870s, Belgians hired 37 cats to deliver mail, citing their magnificent sense of direction as foolproof. Didn't work out so well. If you're a huge fan of sand like you know you are, you can head on down to Namibia and visit Kolmanskop, an abandoned diamond mining town where resources dried up in the 1930s. Your Roomba is gonna have to put in some overtime. Since 2011, chess lessons have been mandatory in every public school in Armenia. Suriname is a South American country in South America, but the official language is Dutch. The Samoan Islands were split in 1899 between Germany and the United States. The US owns American Samoa, and New Zealand now owns Samoa. But it's all the same shit. The name Timor-Leste comes from the Malay Timor, meaning east, and the Portuguese Leste, meaning east. Welcome to Eastern East. Not just Gambia, but the Gambia. This African country was once ruled by President Yahya Jammeh, a bonkers dude who would perform literal witch hunts, torture HIV patients with dangerous fake treatments, and claimed he would rule for 1 billion years. he ruled for 22. In Nepal, cows are sacred. Like, really sacred. I'm talking clean your house with their poop sacred. Ah, smells fresh. North Macedonia is home to one of the world's largest crosses. That's cool, I guess. I wonder when they're gonna install the giant Jesus that goes with it. If you have a unibrow, you're considered very attractive in Tajikistan. And only in Tajikistan. Are you a witch? If yes, you might want to visit the Witch's Pond in Romania. Rumor is that Vlad the Impaler got his noggin lobbed off here, so it's pretty neat. Yakuba Sawadogo of Burkina Faso was an absolute beast. This guy stopped the desertification of the landscape by planting a forest using ancient farming techniques. He brought together communities of farmers and taught them this technique, preventing further erosion of farmland. And he did all this without filming it for ad revenue. Fuck kangaroos. Australia is home to more Arabian camels than Egypt and even exports some of them to the Middle East. The capital of Singapore is Singapore. You can purchase a private island off the coast of Nicaragua. Well, not you, but someone with actual money can. Latvia lost 250,000 people, or 12.5% of its population, by the end of World War II. Ecuador is home to the Galapagos Islands, where Charles Darwin developed his theory of evolution. But that's just a theory, supported by evidence. The original native Jamaicans, the Arawaks, were almost entirely wiped out in the 1400s thanks to the Spanish coming over, enslaving them and coughing in their faces. Men in Lebanon are legally allowed to pursue physical relations with an animal, but they have to be female, otherwise it would just be ridiculous. Spain annually hosts El Colacho, the baby jumping festival. Men dress up as the devil and jump over babies lying on mattresses in the street. Watch out for the soft spots. Monaco is basically just a city full of circle-jerking rich folks. If you go there without 7 digits in your bank account, you'll be spit on like the peasant that you are. An island in the Bahamas is home to 20 to 30 feral pigs of unknown origin. They're a pretty cute tourist attraction, not gonna lie. Too bad half of them died because they ate sand. In Turkey, it's common for people to eat meat as a dessert. You can try tavuk guso, a delicacy made from milk, sugar, cinnamon, and shredded chicken. It's probably pretty banging. Kuwait has the highest valued currency in the world. One Kuwaiti dinar is about $3 as of this video. Gotta love oil. In Libya, you can visit Ubari, a desert town that has a bunch of lakes near it. And thank goodness too, cause boy am I thirsty. Oh wait, these are saltwater lakes. Greeks can spit on you, but it's for good luck, so wish them even more luck back. Canadians use bagged milk. You guys are weird. When you think of ancient castle moats, you might think of water infested with crocodiles, but Český Krumlov Castle in the Czech Republic used a moat of bears to deter enemies. There's even some still there today. Hungarian man Erno Rubik invented his famous cube and placed upon it a famous pube. Fancy breakfast? Better head on over to Belarus to celebrate Maslenitsa, also known as Pancake Week. Pass the syrup, please. Lesotho, or Lesotho, or however you want to say it, is known as the Kingdom in the Sky because even at its lowest point, it is over 4,500 feet above sea level, so it's like way up there. Trinidad and Tobago has a natural asphalt pit. This slop hole of road juice spans 99 acres and is 246 feet deep. Cyprus has a wishing tree. Simply write your wish on a ribbon or a piece of cloth and tie it to the tree and it just might never come true. Due to scarce resources, North Koreans sometimes use their own soft serve as fertilizer for crops. Honey, I think something's wrong with the vegetables. They're looking a little shitty. I know. You're welcome. U.S. President Abraham Lincoln once complimented San Marino, so they granted him honorary citizenship. Paraguay's got a heck of a strong navy, especially for a country that's completely landlocked. The megalithic temples of Malta are some of the oldest standing structures in the world, dating back to 3600 BC, and they would probably make a pretty neat Counter-Strike map. You know the capital of Thailand is Bangkok, but that's only a nickname. The real name is this. In Morocco, the organ of love isn't the heart, it's the liver. Cheers to that. The national dish of Comoros is lobster in a vanilla sauce. Costa Rica has no army. It was abolished in 1949 after a civil war. The military budget was instead put towards education. Kiribati is quickly sinking thanks to rising sea levels, but now everyone has oceanfront property, so it balances out. There is no speed limit on the majority of the German Autobahn, so be sure to watch out in the left lane as I'm zooming past at 300 kilowatts per hour. In Colombia, you can find the Caño Cristales, also called the River of Five Colors, thanks to aquatic plants and algae. I swear the yellow's not from me. Between 1949 and 1989, the USSR conducted 456 nuclear tests in Kazakhstan, which wasn't very beneficial to the local population. Hey, it's the middle of the video. Time to hydrate. Back to the video. In Mauritius, there are tales of a werewolf who can transform into various animals. In his human form, he is covered in oil, making him too slippery to catch. Air pollution in Bosnia and Herzegovina sucks, especially in the winter months when everyone is burning coal and wood to stay warm. India has a skeleton lake in the Himalayas where the remains of over 300 people have been at rest for a few thousand years. In 2022 and 2023, the Tanzanian government approved the forcible removal of the indigenous Maasai tribe. This paved the way for a United Arab Emirates company to establish trophy hunting and elite tourism spots. Dick move, UAE. Andorra is a popular tax haven for many wow webcam sites, but you shouldn't be looking at that kind of stuff. If you ever find yourself in Estonia, be sure to visit a local village swing, cause they look fun as hell. In Georgia, aka Sakratvilo, you can find Vartsia, a 6,000 room cave city. It just reminds me a lot of Markarth in Skyrim. In Kyrgyzstan, you can play Kizku, a horseback kissing game where you have to steal a kiss from your opponent. Kizku? No, kiss you. Mwah. Malaysia follows a unique rotating monarchy system, meaning that 9 different kings rule for 5 years at a time. In Malawi, mosquito nets were distributed amongst the population to reduce malaria outbreaks, but everyone just used them to fish instead, causing a huge surge in overfishing. Falconry is a big deal in Qatar. You can even bring your winged friend on a plane as long as it has a valid passport. Who's my good little boy? There are about as many horses in Mongolia as there are people. Everyone needs a horse. Homes in Uruguay don't typically have numbers, but are instead named. What would you name your house? Americans love spending money, even money that they don't have. That's why the public credit card debt is over $1 trillion. Now, it's just gonna ask you a few questions. Thanks. Brazil is home to over 100 uncontacted, isolated tribes, the most in the world. One sneeze, and they're all gone. Bulgarian mothers will often tie a red thread on the wrists of newborns to protect them from evil spirits. Sierra Leone had an iconic cotton tree in the capital city of Freetown. It survived hundreds of years before a big ol' storm blew it over in 2023. Bhutan has a thing for drawing weenies and peenies everywhere. Here's them blurred because, censorship. Residents paint the floppy phalluses all over as a symbol of good fortune to fend off evil spirits. Ooh. Oh, gross. Modern-day Iraq stands upon what was once the world's oldest civilization, Mesopotamia. The Bolivian salt flats are something straight out of a dream. The calm, shallow waters provide a clear reflection of the sky and make for a darn good desktop wallpaper. Serbia has balls. Big stone ones called the Pavlin globes that are said to heal and grant the wishes of those who fondle the large spheres. Tonga is the only Pacific country to not be colonized, and that's a point of pride of the Tongan people. In the Netherlands, over 30% of Dutch women give birth in the comfort of their own homes. In 1492, the Spanish sailed the ocean blue, then invaded Barbados, killed and enslaved the local population. In 1498, Emperor Maximilian I was sick of hearing castrated men sing in his choir, so he formed the Vienna Boys Choir, which still exists in Austria today, with new members of course. Zeoli dancers from Côte d'Ivoire are easily voted the worst upstairs neighbors in the world. Despite being known for exporting crisp, clean water, over half the population of Fiji does not have access to crisp, clean water. Across the Chiang Khouan Plains in Laos, you can find thousands of ancient jars scattered across the landscape. However, no ancient cookies have ever been recovered. Switzerland has some of the most relaxed gun laws in the world, with 1 in 4 Swiss people owning a gun. As such, Switzerland's crime rate ranks among the lowest in the world. Start taking notes, America. Grab your bros, cause every Friday in Angola is Men's Day. Angolan men will go out, drink, and party, leaving their girlfriends and wives at home. If you ever want to look like a complete badass Rwandan final boss, you can adopt the traditional Amansunzu hairstyle. This instantly adds +20 to intimidation. Cape Verde was never inhabited until the 1460s when Portuguese explorers colonized the islands and brought African slaves over. Azerbaijanis celebrate Nowruz, a celebration of winter's end. Traditions include eavesdropping, eating salty cake, and putting apple seeds under your pillow. Ethiopians use a 13-month calendar, 12 months with 30 days each, and a 13th month with 5 or 6. This means Ethiopia is 8 years behind the rest of the world. The Solomon Islands are a great destination if you want to explore wrecks of sunken World War II planes and ships, because that's where World War II planes and ships sank. The Maldives have a flag within a flag. Pretty cool flag. Israel and Palestine are the best of friends and finally at peace. And then you wake up and wonder why you just dreamt about the end of a 75-year conflict. Botswana's Okavango River doesn't flow into a sea or a lake. It just kind of leaks out over the land.
Just give me 1 second, excuse me. There you go.
Snow is becoming more and more common in the Sahara Desert, with recent snowfalls being reported in northwest Algeria in 2023. Slavery was abolished in Mauritania in 1981, but wasn't criminalized until 2015, and as of 2016, there are still 43,000 known slaves in the country. Ever get thirsty at a gym and you gotta gulp down a few crisp glugs from an LK Easy S8L? In Italy, you can slurp that sweet, or dry, red good from a free 24-hour wine fountain found in Caldari di Ortona. Salute! In Guinea-Bissau, it's custom for boys of the Agande tribe to survive alone in the forest for several months as a trial towards manhood. In 2019, the Central African Republic was ranked as the world's hungriest country. So when your mom tells you that there are starving children in Africa who would love your unfinished dinner, tell her to cook better. Senegal has a tiny island made entirely from seashells. You're gonna want to wear shoes or else your little piggies are gonna get hurt. Liberia was founded in the early 1800s by the American Colonization Society as a safe haven for freed slaves. Some Albanians hang teddy bears or stuffed animals from their rooftops to scare away evil spirits. Ooh. Aw, this is way better than Bhutan.
Syria is home to the world's oldest known library in the city of Ebla. Have fun reading your rock, nerd.
If you're like me, like I know I am, you know that you're going to die someday. So why not go out in style like they do in Ghana with a fantasy coffin? These unique caskets are sure to keep your family laughing as they huck you into the ground. Before the Zimbabwe dollar was abolished in 2009, $1 US was equivalent to 35 quadrillion Zimbabwe dollars. Beginning in 1598, Russia entered the times of trouble, which plagued the country with political turmoil and famine. It ended once Mikhail Romanov was elected as Tsar, establishing the House of Romanov. Mali is currently on year 12 of a civil war. Best to avoid Mali until they get that sorted out. Many residents of Guinea still opt for going to a traditional healer when feeling sick, and if things get really bad, the healer will tell them to go to a real doctor. Burundi is home to a vicious man-eating crocodile named Gustav. He is said to have eaten over 300 people, is almost 70 years old, and weighs over 2,000 pounds. He's a big boy. Christopher Columbus reached Haiti in 1492 to the warm welcome of 400,000 Taino people. 10 years later, the population would drop to just 3,000 Taino people. If you're in Iceland, nature wants to kill you. Wind, water, snow, rocks, volcanoes, they all want you dead. Djibouti is one of the driest African countries. It has no reliable freshwater sources, so bottled water could be used as a form of payment if you forgot your wallet. A treasure hidden by French pirate Olivier Levasseur is said to be somewhere in Seychelles. It is estimated to be worth over $1 billion. The One Piece is real. My fortune is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first. I left everything I own in Seychelles.
This video has been sponsored by Opera. Back in 2019, I was sent some old jewelry from a viewer, and I was able to turn it into these pure 24-karat gold bars, which I thought were pretty nice. Since then, though, I've been really interested in gold in general, and a couple years ago, I stumbled onto a form of it that I'd somehow never heard of before. It was something called purple gold, and this website was selling it as jewelry, and in my opinion, it was one of the nicest forms of gold that I had ever seen. However, the color of it also kind of seemed unnatural, and at first, I honestly thought that it was probably a scam. With very little research though, I quickly found out that purple gold was actually real, and according to Wikipedia, it was an alloy of gold and aluminum. Now, I'm not someone who's normally into jewelry, but for some reason, the moment that I saw that it was real, I really wanted to buy some. More specifically, though, I really wanted a ring that was made entirely out of purple gold. However, long story short, that website didn't sell one, and as far as I could tell, there wasn't a single company or person in the world who sold a pure purple gold ring. At first, I thought this was kind of odd, but apparently this was just because purple gold was a huge pain to make and to work with in general. It also turned out that Li Hua, the owner of that website, was one of the only companies that even made purple gold jewelry. With all that being said, though, I still really wanted a pure purple gold ring, and now, knowing that it was actually impossible to buy, I kind of wanted it even more. At the same time, I also felt that it had to be possible to make an entire ring out of it, and I started thinking that this was something that I might just be able to make myself. I mean, I had absolutely zero experience with purple gold, and I had never made a ring out of anything before, but for some reason, I really felt that I could do it, and I decided to just go for it. But anyway, to get started, the first thing that I had to do was figure out how to even make the purple gold, and with a quick Google search, I was able to find a lot of videos and articles talking about it. However, none of them gave any real information on how to make anything remotely decent.
On April 29th, 2022, Vernon County Sheriff's Office received several reports about a speeding vehicle in Westby, Wisconsin. A gold SUV was allegedly traveling 70 miles per hour in a downtown area and had been passing other vehicles in both the right parking spaces and the left oncoming lane. About 10 minutes later, the Coon Valley Police Chief observed the suspect vehicle traveling 106 miles per hour in a 30 mile per hour zone.
146 call across. He came into town 106 miles an hour, and I'm eastbound at County P. Never mind, he pulled over 900 block Central.
10-4. Upon approaching the vehicle, he noticed the driver holding their license out the window. The driver was identified as 35-year-old Amanda McCaig.
Turn the car off and step out right now. Turn the car off and step out.
Why? Why?
Step out of the car.
Who are you?
Step out of the car. 146. Step out of the car. Right now. Get out of the car. What, do you have a fob or what?
I don't know. I'm trying to comply.
You're trying to what?
I'm trying to comply with you.
What your compliance is going to be getting out of the car.
I'm not going to get out of this car.
Okay, you are under arrest.
For what?
For reckless endangerment.
For what?
That's a felony crime.
Who am I endangering?
Come out of the car.
Who am I endangering? Who am I endangering? Please explain that to me.
Step out of the car.
Please explain to me who I'm endangering.
Step out of the car.
Please explain to me who I'm endangering. You're taking me to jail right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Cleveland Valley?
Yes, ma'am. So do you have an identification with you?
Does he have Anthony Lucas? He doesn't.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
I just told you his name.
What's his name?
Anthony Lucas, and he does not have an engagement. And you're not going to arrest him. Who am I endangering?
Where are you coming from today?
What? My house? I'm trying to get to school.
146, Vernon.
146, go ahead.
Driver's last name is McCaig.
MCKAIG.
I'm Mary C. Charles, K. King, A. Adam, I. Ida, G. George. First Amanda.
Can you give me a ticket so I can get to school, please? I really don't have time for this. Sir. That was mature, wasn't it? I'm sick of white men. I'm sick of officers. I don't have time for I really don't. I'm trying to go to school. I'm trying to go to work. I'm not going to your jail. I just want the ticket, please. Please. You done?
When you get out of the car and hand me your keys, we can move forward.
I don't have keys.
You have a fob.
No, I don't.
You have something that operates this vehicle.
Yeah, I do. You're right.
Okay.
Because I don't have it on
When
me.
you get out of the vehicle, we can move
I
forward.
don't have it on me.
When you get out of the vehicle, we can move forward.
While he waited for assisting officers, Amanda quickly turned the car back on and put it in drive, pushing hard on the accelerator.
I'm not getting on to you.
I'm going to stand here till you do.
Ouch! God.
146, 1033, 1033.
You got your help? Yep, officer? You don't.
You copy? Negative, I did not.
Can you get off me? Please.
146 is calling on 1033.
Get on the ground.
I'm with you. I'm not getting off.
Get on the ground.
Get on the ground.
As he attempted to take her into custody, a bystander assisted in handcuffing her.
Yeah. Unlock my doors from the driver door. Go to the passenger side. I have a pair of handcuffs down in the on my belt on the floor.
I'm not fighting you. I'm not fighting you. What is your problem?
Put your hands behind your back. Thank you, sir. Can you get my radio out of the street there so it doesn't get run over? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Put your other arm behind your back. Put your other arm behind your back.
Please let me know myself. Here.
I'll take that other side. Thank you.
God. Shit. Are you doing it? You feel better now cuffing me, officer?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Excuse me. Does that make you feel better having me cuffed?
Just stay on the ground.
Does it fucking make you feel better?
Stay on the ground. 146, you can slow down back up. We're 1095.
10-4, 181 and 22 copy.
Raccoons are the smartest people. Officer?
181, you're
Hey, officer. Whatever your name is. You know raccoons are the smartest people? It's fitting I'm getting invested in Clinton Valley. All I asked was a ticket.
I'll need 20 or I won't need 181.
Hope you die.
10-4, 181.
Please let go of my arm. Want more? Go ahead, search me. Go ahead. Let me get that. I hope you're doing everything everything to the T. Fun. Anthony! Call twin! You leave that kid alone. You hear me?
While the chief spoke with the passenger, Amanda interfered and made threats toward him.
You have an identification with you, sir?
You hear me, officer? Do you hear me? Officer! Okay, thank you. Call me. There's a book in my car that says raccoons are the smartest people.
What's going on today? Are you her brother?
Kinda, yeah.
Is she upset about something?
Mental health thing.
You or her or both of you?
Her, mainly.
Okay. She's recognizing that she needs some mental help?
Yes.
Okay.
She said she was gonna go Saturday. She's been off her meds for 2 months.
She's been off her meds for 2 months?
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll give this back to you. I just have your driver's license, okay?
Keep my hands visible.
Yep, I believe that. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And are there any weapons in the car?
Yes.
What's the weapon?
A Bowie knife in the duffel bag.
Appreciate that.
Once she was placed in the back seat, she started ripping tape off a box.
So what are you arresting me with, officer?
Reckless endangerment.
Okay, I'm gonna take it from you.
106 miles an hour. She,
I thought they were speed. See the comment.
She was passing cars left and right in Westby.
Can I get the ticket and go now? Or how do I get out of here? Officer. Officer. I'm asking you a question. Asking you to do your job. How do I get out? Can you give me the ticket so I can leave? Please? Sir, you're holding me up. I'm trying to get to school. And you're arresting me for no reason.
Are you diagnosed with any mental health disorder?
I don't know.
Are you supposed to be taking any medications?
I don't know.
She came in at 106 miles an hour.
181 on the Elden.
She's going to school.
Huh?
She's going to school.
She's late?
Yeah, apparently.
QC?
Apparently. When I got her out of the car, he decided to tell me that she was going to go get some mental health help.
Oh.
She's been off her meds for two months. So, I managed to, she was going to take off on me again when I was standing in the open door.
Oh, for real?
She turned the car back on and put it in gear. She wouldn't give me the key fob. So I got on her lap and took over the car and out she came.
Whatever works. She's in the back?
She's arrested in the back.
Who are you in charge of with?
What's that?
Who are you in charge of with?
Reckless endangerment. It's a felony, right? Yeah. Off to jail she's going.
This guy drive? He can't drive.
He's got an instruction only. So if you could figure out if he's got somebody that can come pick him up or something from...
Is she under the influence or anything?
Anthony?
I don't know. Her right eye is... Yeah, Anthony. Yep. Her right eye is all messed up. But bloodshot and everything. But she isn't talking like she's clearly drunk or anything like that. Or...
Did you talk to the reporter yet?
No. No, I just... I didn't have my duty belt on, so I think this guy got in my squad and got me my handcuffs because I had her on the ground and in the street. I was like... I was just going to reach over. I was like, what if I have to arrest this? So I was just going to reach over to my duty belt, and she came in at 106. The radar was just screaming.
Well, why was she going so fast?
She's going to school. Don't you always drive that fast on the way to school? She wanted her ticket and let me go. No, thank you.
You having fun traveling through my shit?
When I arrest somebody, I check whatever's on their person.
That's good. I'll be doing everything by law. Like what you see? My knee hurts now. Thanks. You ready to let me go yet? Are you ready to let me go to school?
I'm gonna give you your identification back. You doing all right?
Yeah.
Were you a little bit scared when she was driving, or?
Not really.
Did she drive like this often?
No.
Did it seem dangerous to you, what she was doing out there?
I don't know. I don't drive.
Okay. You got your instruction permit, right?
Yeah.
So you've been through driver safety and, I mean, took some driver's education? Would you drive like that?
No, probably
Okay, all right, that's good, good. Was she actually, so she wasn't going to school then?
Well, she was.
Okay, and you were just gonna?
Yeah, just gonna go with her.
Go with her to class, or?
Yeah.
Hang on. Okay. I was trying to talk to him about if he felt it. I was trying to ask him if he thought it was a little scary driving with her or whatever, and I don't know, I don't drive. Okay. Do you want to see if she'll cooperate with you for a pretty decent search? I didn't, I mean, I just checked her pocket and...
What's her name?
Amanda.
Did I get my ticket yet?
Hi.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Very horrible.
So where were you coming from? Your home?
My house?
Okay.
I told him that.
Okay. Why are you so upset?
Because he after me.
Okay. Do you have anything in your pockets that's...
No, he already went through my pockets.
Okay. You went through your sweatshirt?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any pants pockets or?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then who is that to?
That's
Is he
my
family?
He's family.
Okay. Like blood related or?
No, I raised him.
Okay. Where does he live?
With me.
Does he drive?
He's got a permit. You want to drive him on? He can
No,
stay here and wait for you to let me go.
He's fine to stay by himself then.
Well, he's 23. He should
Okay.
be.
I'm just wondering.
I mean, like, what do you think?
Okay.
I probably doesn't feel safe here. You just arrested his friend.
She said that he's good to be on his own, so.
Well, I'm going to tow the vehicle.
Yeah, I would tow too. And she's not very cooperative. We're probably gonna need some help.
Okay.
So I didn't search her. She's got no pants on her pockets on her pants. So.
Right. Okay. All right. Can I borrow your cuff key right there? See if we can lock those. So that your cuffs don't tighten up on you on the way down, I'd like you to step out of to the jail.
Which one?
Vernon County.
Vernon County?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you're under arrest for a felony offense.
So can you give me a ticket? Let me go? You're taking me to jail.
I explained
You don't
that.
want
So,
to go to jail.
but
You didn't explain it very well.
I need to keep those handcuffs from squeezing down on your wrists. So I would like to check them for fit and lock them. Okay?
Didn't you do it right the first time?
I did it right. I just didn't get them. I just didn't get them. I didn't get them double locked.
That's what you did. I don't want to wear that. It's constricting.
Okay. Well, it's the law, and it's going to happen in my squad car.
Okay, officer. It's your choice.
You got a fill?
Yep.
How do I get out of your jail?
That'll be up to the judge.
What judge?
Darcy Rood, or her commissioner.
Okay, let me talk to Anthony quick before you leave.
No.
Yeah, let me talk to my... You're not Dr. little brother?
Put your foot in.
Yeah, let me talk to my little brother?
No.
Why?
He's 23 years old and he can take care of himself.
He should be able to.
Go ahead and put
but
your foot in.
he's probably really scared in this Coon Valley town. He told me last time he was.
Why would he be scared?
Because it's Coon Valley and he's a black guy.
I don't think he's...
I'd be scared. You just arrested me in front of him.
Go ahead and put your feet back in the car.
Let me talk to him. You're leaving him here by himself.
Actually, I'm not. I'm calling a tow truck, so he can go with the tow or not.
Why don't you just let me talk to him?
Can you get a
Why are you towing my car?
non-preference tow on the way?
Why are you towing my car? There's no reason to tow my car. He can turn it on right now and drive it.
He can't drive.
Yes, he can.
No,
Yeah, he can.
not legally. Put your foot in the car.
Let me talk to him. Let me talk to him. I got it! God!
Why are you in my car?
You want to just tell me where the drugs are in the car since the dog told us that they're in there?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Would you mind just turning your pockets inside out for me just to demonstrate to me that you don't have any drugs on you right now?
Oh, no, there's the fob.
Okay. There's 2 fobs? Okay.
Yeah, I don't have anything on me. I don't do anything.
Okay. You don't use any drugs?
No.
Does Amanda use any drugs? Sometimes?
Recovering addict.
Okay. What's her drug of choice? Heroin, meth, or something else?
Cocaine.
Cocaine? Okay. Okay. Appreciate that.
And not mine.
What's that?
If you do find anything, it is not mine.
Okay, fair enough. Amanda, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to have an attorney present with you prior to any questioning if you wish. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, you have the right to have the court appoint you one free of charge prior to any questioning if you wish. If you want to answer any questions for me at this time, you may stop answering at any time. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
Okay. You want to tell us where the drugs are in the car?
There's no drugs.
Okay.
Nice try though.
Were there any in the past at all?
I have no idea.
Because the dog certainly says that there are.
If the dog says there's drugs in there, go ahead and try to find them. I have nothing. There's no drugs that I know of in that car.
Great. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The car's already been searched by State Patrol.
When?
About a week ago.
Okay.
I got it back from Blystones. They had it impounded illegally.
Okay.
So, to my knowledge, there's no drugs in that car. The only thing that's drugs in that car is prescribed drugs to me.
Okay. Have you been taking your medication?
What?
Have you been taking your medication?
I'm taking what's prescribed.
Okay. Why are you driving 106 to get to school?
I woke up late.
You're late?
I woke up late.
Okay. Did it seem at all dangerous to you, the
No.
speed you were traveling? Passing cars left and right on Westby?
No, I was being safe.
I think she might cooperate if you want to adjust her cuffs now.
No, thank you,
No, you're not taking them off.
Put your arm back.
Hurts!
I know, I'm adjusting it. I'm adjusting it.
Put your right hand back behind your back so that it won't pull on the handcuff for your left hand.
Because I'm in the back of your car. Complying with everything you're saying.
The yellow will slide.
Do you have your 2 fingers? It hurts.
Okay, don't
Don't
pull them apart.
Well, I can't help it. It hurts.
Please take them off!
Here, I'll move your sweatshirt down so they're not rubbing on your skin.
Well, they're not rubbing on my skin, so my wrist that hurt.
There, I loosen them as much as we can.
No, you can't. You can reason this is way too hard. Look at how tight this is. Look at this.
Here, let me look
Look
again.
how tight it is. God!
You get the 2 fingers you're supposed
Yep.
to.
I can get both fingers in, so.
Perfectly.
Yep.
Okay, fine.
I loosen.
You gotta move your butt to your right.
You want to go behind her head?
Amanda, has somebody been in your car that uses narcotics?
What?
Has somebody been in your car, somebody that uses narcotics?
Yeah.
Yes? I'm sorry, who would that have been?
Mississippi and Jess.
Mississippi and Jess. Who's Mississippi?
That's the only name I know him by.
Okay.
Hi there. I need some medical attention. These nice officers threw me to the ground.
Hi. She's claiming that she needs some medical attention after resisting arrest and having to be
I did not
decentralized.
resist arrest. He's full of shit.
She's gonna pay with her insurance.
Yeah. You know I'm trying to be a teacher, right? So those 2 charges are gonna f my career.
I'm sorry you chose to do what you did this morning.
I'm sorry. You're sorry I listened to my God?
Amanda was charged with felony second-degree recklessly endangering safety, misdemeanor counts of resisting failing to stop, and resisting obstructing an officer. She also received citations totaling over $700. Ultimately, Amanda was found guilty due to a no-contest plea only for the misdemeanor charges. The felony charge was dismissed, but read in. Head over to codebluecam.com and check out our great selection of quality-made merch that won't disappoint.
This streamer has found a way to play games with her mind, finding success in games like Elden Ring, Halo, and Trackmania, all without the use of a controller. And the best part? It's not just Perry that can do it.
Mind control gaming is exactly as it sounds. It is gaming with your mind. So in my case, I have an EEG that picks up my brain activity, and then I've just translated that into pushing buttons on a virtual controller. An EEG, or an electroencephalogram, which I've had to spend a few weeks practicing how to say, is a bunch of electrodes that go on your scalp, and it picks up the electromagnetic brain activity that comes from your head. It can look and see what kind of activity is going on, and if I've trained it to recognize what this means, then it can look and see if you're doing that. For instance, imagining something coming towards you could make the character attack in game, something lifting dodge, and something sinking in water heal. I can move the character by tilting my head. The kind of things that you should say to me to get some brain activity are anything that would elicit a really strong emotion. The best one that I've seen so far is fear and shock. So when I'm playing horror games, it lights up if there's a jump scare.
Okay, fear, so...
I'm embarrassed that worked. That's not good. That's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. Ah! Okay, I'm running. Oh dear. Oh, okay. Right now, I'm really into games like anything.
Hello, I'm Gav.
I'm Dan.
We're the Slow Mo Guys. This video is about blanks.
Blanks are used instead of real bullets when you want to do things like movies or military exercises.
You get the flash and the bang without the bullet.
Essentially everything except the bullet, that's right, yeah. So instead of a bullet, it's got like a crimped end and some propellant in there.
But the propellant still has to come out.
Yeah.
And still does damage.
It still has to be compressed by being in here, so it has a bang rather than just going.
I actually have never used one.
You've never used one before?
No.
I was going to say you've been blanked, but you've never used one. Okay. Well, this is a real sort of 9mm ball round.
Yes.
And here's our unspent blank, and this is our spent.
So basically, instead of a load of gunpowder being behind the bullet, there's no bullet and then it just crimps the end.
It's essentially the same, except without a projectile.
But it will still deafen you, it will still literally wound you with the stuff that comes out.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
All right, well, let's put that to the test. Okay, today we're using the Phantom TMX 7510. We'll start at 82,000 frames a second, and the first target is an egg.
Wow! It's like egg disposal ammo. It doesn't have the like oomph of a regular round. It's just sort of like a little pop, but it smashed the egg.
Blimey.
Yeah, so it doesn't have any gas pressure to force the slider back to load the next
Because it needs
round.
to compress the gas against the back of the bullet, but there's no bullet, so it's just...
Yeah, and it basically, yeah, exactly. So it can't cycle to the next round unless you put what's called a BFA in, which is a blank firing attachment, which they use a lot of the time in films and in the military. The ones in the military that I was using had they're a big yellow thing on the front.
Yeah. Ready?
Oh! Oh! Look at all the gumph that comes out of there.
We are the first and only chopped cheese food truck in New York City. Chopped cheese is essentially a cheeseburger chopped up on a roll with lettuce, tomato, ketchup, and mayo. The first bite of a chopped cheese is just comfort. All the cheese is in every single bite. To me, it's New York City's Philly cheesesteak. Everybody knows what Philly cheesesteak is, but not many people know what a chopped cheese is, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring chopped cheese to the forefront and put it on a pedestal, because chopped cheese is better than a Philly. I'll say that. I'll die on that hill.
The hype is real. The hype is real. Best chopped cheese in the city.
Morning routine every single day. Since we are a food truck, we don't have the luxury of having a basement where we can store and have a bunch of stuff, so we gotta shop every single day. Good thing I played a lot of Tetris when I was a little kid. You gotta fit a lot of stuff in a small space. The supermarkets that we go to aren't open for the public. It's specifically for restaurants and business owners. So those places are open anywhere from 1, 2 in the morning till 7 at night. This is the city that never sleeps, and it's very true. Like, at any hour, somebody got something to do, and they're gonna get it done. There you go. Every day I just pray for the parking guys to bless me with a parking spot. Because that's really the difference between an okay day and a bad day. It's all on location and your parking. This is the best part of my day, the beautiful sunrise. I get to witness it every day. I wake up at 3:30 in the morning, depending on my location, and I don't get home till 9, 10 at night. So I'm gone the entire day. I'm like 17, 18-hour days most of the time. Yo, what's good, my boy? How's everything? Good, baby. Right now we're grabbing propane to be good for 2 days. That's an empty one. That's easy to carry when it's empty. There you go. Appreciate you, bro. It's hard to cook in the cold, man, I'm telling you. So it lasts me like 2 days, if I'm lucky. All right, now we headed to Story, Queens. So we are the first and only chopped cheese food truck that travels around New York City. A lot of food trucks, they stay in one place. We're open Wednesday through Sunday. We go to a different borough throughout those days. I mean, you gotta show everybody love, you know? I like to build anticipation. I like to have that on people's minds and schedules like, okay, he's gonna be here this week, I gotta catch him this week. Bro, this is New York for you. Getting cut off at every single second. And it's all about a respecting when these come to these food trucks. You gotta respect each other's spots, you gotta respect each other's locations. You don't wanna park in somebody else's spot that's been there for years. You know, it's disrespectful. Other than that, first come, first serve. Whoever gets to that parking spot first is yours. Where you park and where you're gonna be that day, it's a huge difference in business. You know, a lot of people try to go to the corner because you're getting an intersection, you know, you're getting visibility from 4 different directions. So if you're in the corner, you know, statistically, you're gonna attract more customers. So we on the corner of 30th Ave and Steinway Street. This is our spot when we come to Astoria, Queens. So it's 8 o'clock right now. We just got to our parking. We secured the parking spot. I don't open the window till 12. Usually I take a nap right now. Yeah, this is my pillow right here. I use this jacket and I fold it up and I go to sleep right here.
Take a nap.
So it's 10:30. I start prepping all the bacon. We cook about 2 packs a day. My whole day just consists of hitting timestamps. As long as I get this done before this time, I'm good to go. All right, so it's 12 o'clock now. We're about to open the window, serve whoever comes our way. Got my manager right here. He goes right here. These were actually my Timbs when I was younger. My mom saved them. You see the kicks hanging off the wire, so that's kind of like a little small tribute. All these stickers, this is like, you know, New York, a lot of people just slap stickers everywhere. I don't know where they came from. I don't know who put them there, but we just constantly, just every day, we're getting more and more stickers filled on this thing. All right, we're good to go. Now I just update the social media, make sure everybody knows we're here. We update it weekly, so, you know, we got it, the date, the time, the location, and where we're gonna be. This is Jair, this is my cook. He is absolute beast. He's actually 3 people in 1. I couldn't have done this without him.
Bueno, yo me encargo de lo que es las papas, me encargo de hacer las carnes y que salga lo mejor posible. Yo cada día que vengo aprendo algo nuevo. Ahora mismo no estoy muy bien con el inglés, pero diariamente aprendo así sea una frase, una palabra. También el trabajo nos da la oportunidad esa, como hoy trabajamos acá, mañana en Manhattan y así, he podido conocer lugares gracias a eso.
It's important to have a team that's strong and efficient because we are a small truck, so it's not like we could fit 5 people back here. It's like you have to stay in that spot and you got to be able to twist and turn and get to what you need to do. Every day we get our bread fresh, baked, delivered to us. He does it that quick. He cuts like 100 plus rolls in like 20 minutes. He's good.
Yo agarro mis panes y empiezo a hacer los toppings, ya le doy los otros pedazos del pan de aquel lado, ya lo pone en la carne y yo lo relleno de este lado.
This is our classic OG. We start with a fresh patty, then we chop it up, we season it, we add the cheese, mix it all together, and you got greatness. Cheese is very important for us. It's like chopped cheese. You can't have a chop without no cheese. But this is our special blend of cheeses, cheddar and American blend. So the cheddar gives it the pull and the American gives it like that gooiness. We take our bodega sauce, and you throw a handful of fresh cut lettuce, put our prettiest tomatoes right on top, take our roll, and there you go. That's your classic chopped cheese, made the right way. These mini burgers were my favorite growing up, so I throw at least 2 in every bag. We got bags and bags and bags of them. We got all your different type of candies. Bet you haven't seen this since the early 90s. We got the Spice Girl lollipops. That's not for sale, that's just for the vibe and for the nostalgic feeling that it gives you. We got the Bazooka gums, comes with the comics. I grew up in a bodega. My mother owned one when I was younger, so I had to help her stock the shelves and clean up the place and stuff like that. It's a place where I did my homework. So bodega has always kind of like been a part of me. As a child, you don't really like pay attention to what your parents are doing, but as you get older, you start to realize like, damn, my mom was waking up every day to go do what she had to do. Like, man, she went through a lot, and now I see it going through it myself. Like, I can't believe she did this all by herself too. And it really makes me feel grateful for the mother that I have. Yo, what's up? Thank you. Special delivery from my wife, the Sauce Queen. She is the brains behind this operation. She takes care of all our behind the scene things like counting, sauce making. She also does her own desserts, which we sell on the truck too.
I'm like the bodega truck superhero. Like, if he needs help, then I'm here.
And this was all her idea to sell it by a small bottle.
Our special sauce, and people really love it. And I take pride into this.
She makes it in big batches. Like, we have a huge tub it's like big
and
batches.
I'm using this machine that it's like...
That's like half her size. She's using this heavy blender to blend everything together. If you think what I do is a lot in here, she does more than me behind the scenes. She's very detail oriented. It's like she makes sure that everything is getting put where it needs to. And she also has a degree in accounting. She gets to run all the numbers and make sure we're hitting those things that we need to do.
How would I describe him? You're gonna be crying.
A handful, a lot to deal with.
He cares for everyone. This is truly his passion, and there's no better person to be in this business than him. I'm so proud of him. I'm a thug though. Don't let the tears fool ya.
So for our next sandwich, we're doing our good morning sandwich. It's a bacon, egg, and chopped cheese with a seasoned hash brown inside of it. It's one of our best sellers right there. Growing up in New York City, like, bodega is part of everybody's lives. Everybody got their own personal corner bodega where the man behind the counter knows them. Just walk in and they already got your coffee light and sweet, or 3 sugars or whatever it is, they got you ready. They see you grow from a little kid to an adult. It's a real cornerstone of the community that it's in. As New York City progressed and got gentrified and modernized, you started seeing them less and less. Your corner bodega turned into a corner gourmet deli, or half deli, half juice bar. My mom's corner store is a Starbucks. We could do any of the sandwiches on top of fries. So our most popular one is the Dominicano on fries, you know, because I'm half Puerto Rican, half Dominican. And that's our most popular one. We price out minimum 50 of those fries a day, minimum. So each fry gets 1 giant slice of fried cheese, 2 salami. We also add our seasoning on top. Close it up, give it a good shake. Put the first layer of sauce to make sure it's good enough. We lay that right on top. We have fresh shredded cabbage that we mix together with our sauce. Chop all of it up into bite-sized little pieces. So you're getting fried cheese and salami on every bite. Layer it some more sauce right on top. Sprinkle some nice garnish on it so it looks nice and pretty. So good morning for you right here. Thank you. I've been eating chopped cheese since I was like 14, 13 years old. So it's like one of those things where, you know what goes good together and what doesn't. That's the beauty about a chopped cheese, is you can switch it up and it comes together so perfect. Hello, bodega. What can I get you, bro? I got you. What's your name? A lot of people have a misunderstanding and misconception. They think a food truck is easy. To work in a food truck, it's not your regular job. We don't have bathrooms, so you gotta be cool with the neighborhoods you pull up with. So it comes down to like just being a community. When in the summertime and it's hot outside, it's even hotter inside the truck. And when it's cold outside, it's even colder inside the truck. Working in a food truck is very, very difficult. It's hard work, but it pays off if you put in the work. Yo.
What up, bro? What's going on, man?
What can I get you?
Let me get OG on the hero, double fries, and peach snapple.
All right, give me a couple minutes. I got you, all right?
All right, good looking, man. I'm from Astoria and been coming here ever since it's been open. Instead of eating a hamburger, I feel like cutting up the burger and putting it on the hero makes the texture different, it tastes different.
The amount of stuff that we have to pay for, insurance, gas, commissary, parking, but the license itself is a rental thing. So you gotta pay that $25,000 every 2 years. It adds up to most of the time actual rent of a restaurant. I actually got you right here, my bro.
Oh, perfect, perfect.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Yo,
All right.
bro.
Likewise, take care, bro.
My favorite part is the satisfaction I get from the customers that I serve. Seeing them return means I'm doing something right. Yo.
What's up, bro?
Boy, how's everything?
Good, man. How you living?
Doing good, man. What can I get
Doing the thing. Let's do. I'm in my hot girl era. I gotta go to hot chick.
You gonna go hot chick?
Let's go hot chick. Let's do it on fries, though. I've known Jeremy for years just from like the online food space. And then lo and behold, we ended up moving right up into Astoria. So, I mean, now it's a regular thing. I see my boy every week if I can, you know?
A lot of people have some idea that a chopped cheese is supposed to be $5. It's not 2007 anymore. Yeah, you can go to a corner store or bodega and get a chopped cheese and it'll be $5-6. These corner stores, they're able to offset those prices and give you a cheaper sandwich because they're overcharging you on something else. And a lot of people don't put that into perspective and realize that, you know, all we do is sell is chopped cheese. All right, so we shut the window and we take our last order around like 8. And then after that, we got like 45 minutes to an hour cleanup where we gotta clean pretty much everything and then drive the truck back to the Bronx, back to the commissary, park it, sweep and mop on the inside, and then that's it. My day is done. I don't get home till 10 o'clock maybe, 10:30, and then right back to it the next day. I really wanted to keep the bodega culture alive and the nostalgic vibe of New York City. You know, all the customers that come to my window, they're like, I haven't seen this since I was a kid, and it makes me feel good that I could give them that feeling. That's what keeps me going, feeding off people's energy. And when they come to the truck and they have that vibe and they're ecstatic to see me and they're glad I'm in their neighborhood, that fills me up. I feed off that type of energy.
In July of 2022, just a few months after we first met, Victoria and I made our way to the very top of Alaska and started cycling south, with no idea the adventure we were in for.
Hey. I think we should stop as soon as we see a good house though.
Oh.
Man, you look like a vagabond.
The route we had planned on going is a lot more dangerous than we thought it would be. The ultimate dream was to cycle from Alaska to Argentina, the entire length of the Americas. Well, at least that was my dream. Victoria hadn't owned a bike since she was 11 years old, so she didn't yet know if she'd like it or not.
Whoa.
And since she was fairly out of practice, we spent a couple of weeks in town slowly building up strength.
I cannot feel my legs.
And after a lot of blood, sweat and tears, she was feeling confident, so we hitchhiked up to Dead Horse, the end of the road, and set off south. Our first section would be 2 weeks along the Dalton Highway, 512 miles from the Arctic Ocean, snaking its way through some of the most remote and challenging wilderness on Earth. An ambitious choice for Victoria's first attempt bikepacking, but she was handling it like a pro.
How is it in English?
Caterpillar.
Caterpillar?
Caterpillar.
Caterpillar?
Caterpillar.
Caterpillar.
We were carrying enough food to take it slow and easy, and after 7 days we made it to Coldfoot Camp, which is basically just a small restaurant and truck stop, but it was a great place to escape the rain. In week 2, we were starting to get into the swing of things, and as we crossed the Arctic Circle, our legs were strengthening up for these huge climbs.
Happy
that-
birthday
Is that the purple
to
muffin?
you. Don't worry about that part.
Did you eat this muffin?
Happy birthday. Alaska is grizzly bear territory, so we hung our food every night to try and keep the bears away from our tent. So far we hadn't seen any for ourselves, but that wouldn't be the case for long. You're looking at 2 new official Dalton Highway survivors. Completing the Dalton Highway was a huge confidence boost. We might actually be able to do this thing.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
We took our newfound confidence south because we knew we couldn't leave Alaska without checking out Denali National Park. We ended up pushing our bikes 5 miles up a braided riverbed to get around a landslide on the park road. But then we had the entire other half of the park to ourselves. What we found was truly wild landscapes, and it felt a bit like exploring a national park after the apocalypse. Victoria's just spotted what we think could be an incredible home for the night.
Yes!
We got super lucky finding this unlocked shelter, and we were glad we had it because the next morning we had a pretty nosy visitor. Hey, get back. Go on. Yeah, go on. Satisfied with our Alaska experience and with winter on the way, we set our sights east towards Canada, along the stunning Denali Highway. We'd been on the road for nearly a month, and Victoria was now a seasoned bikepacking veteran. Traveling like this means being comfortable with being uncomfortable most of the time, and I was so impressed with how well she was handling it. Being together made those difficult moments so much more fun, and I didn't want to jinx it, but I was really hoping she'd want to stick around.
Good morning, sunshine.
So we've had nothing but rain for the last week on that side of the Alaska range, but this side, absolutely gorgeous. We enjoyed some glorious sunshine for our last few days in Alaska, but it was time to get a move on into Canada, as winter wouldn't be waiting up for us. The Canadian border is in about a mile. We rode the Alaska Highway into the Yukon Territory of Canada just as the autumn colours were starting to come through, and it was pretty stunning.
So cool.
It was now September, and things were starting to get a little chilly. But fortunately, we met Wally, who insisted on giving us some warm gloves for the road ahead.
So much that suits.
They're really into Comic Con. A steamer, right? $3.50.
You're not holding that right.
How is it?
Very good. In Whitehorse, we picked up some warmer clothes and boots for the cold weather to come. And our timing was pretty spot on. Everything is frozen. This is definitely the coldest it's been.
Show me your gloves.
Oh, thanks to Wally.
Yes.
It was time to make some miles south So we crossed into the province of British Columbia and headed down the remote Cassiar Highway. This is now officially the Cassiar Highway.
You need to be very, very safe. But you can be safe and fashion at the same time.
That is a porcupine.
It's raining again.
Oh my gosh, it's coming! So beautiful, man. So beautiful.
Go on, go. That's right. Go on. That's the first time I've ever had to take the safety off the bear spray.
Quite cool, man. So good.
It was starting to become clear that we weren't going to be able to outrun winter, so we decided to make the most of the nice weather while we had it and make a short detour to the coast to see some big glaciers.
Run for those hills, babe. Let go of the dark days, let go of the world. Make it all up as you dance along, just like we all have.
But when we woke up the next morning, instead of the stunning view we were hoping for, we were met with a downpour.
The kingdom is yours. God, the seas, the shore. It's like you've only just arrived. Dive in, the water might be lovely. Go keep.
We made our way back up to the Cassiar and continued on south when Victoria had a decision to make.
What have you decided?
We said that I couldn't decide if I want to go all the way to Argentina until 3 months prior. I needed to see for myself if I like it or not, and I love it. So I decided today, 3 months, I'm going to Argentina.
Are you crying?
And that was that. We were now in this together for the long haul. But little did we know we were about to face our most challenging test yet. With the first snow of the season, winter had finally caught up with us, and almost immediately temperatures plummeted. So last night was -5, I believe. Felt like it could have been lower. I was fine, but Victoria didn't sleep all night because she was just so cold. And she was bundled up in all her layers, sleeping bag liner. And it's only going to get colder from here. We found ourselves completely out of our depth, but after 3 months of cycling, neither of us wanted to give up here. But that's when something magic happened. Wet and shivering in Fraser Lake, we were invited into Autumn Services office, who let us stay the night. And then they found Katrina, Chris and Jaden to host us in the next town.
Well, I guess we'll see you.
And then they were able to find Katie to host us in the next one. We got a real taste of the world famous Canadian hospitality, and after receiving all of this incredible support, we knew we couldn't give up. But with temperatures set to drop even lower, it was time to put our resilience to the test.
In around 8 days, it drops to -19 Celsius. Which is temperatures we're not prepared for. Basically, we need to get to a place called Hope, which is around 650 kilometers from here. So the next week or so, we're gonna be gunning it for Hope, which is a very appropriately named town.
If we could just make it to Hope, things would get a lot less cold from there on out. We kept pushing on, but that's when things got serious. I think we should stop as soon as we see a good house though,
I think we should stop.
because it's starting to get dangerous.
Yes, I cannot see
But our streak of luck would not be ending here. In the middle of the snowstorm, we knocked on the door of the first house we saw and met Gary and Linda.
Yeah, sure.
How are you guys? You guys stay in here tonight.
Oh, no way. Thank you so much, Gary.
We continued on, and then Dave and Barb saw us on the road, pulled over, and invited us to stay in their spare room. This little restaurant, the Sugar Shack, let us sleep in their heated basement for the night. And in Spencer's Bridge,
Phil pulled up, rolled around his window, and started chatting to us, and then offered us his trailer for the night.
You can sleep in as long as you want.
Thank you.
All day if you want.
Victoria loves to sleep.
each morning we'd pedal off into the cold with no idea where we were going to stay that night, but every single time someone came through and took care of us.
We made it!
From here, the warmer coastal temperatures would see us all the way south to warmer weather. And after that physically and mentally exhausting stretch, Linda and Gary let us stay in their holiday home in Cultus Lake for a week, which was an incredible treat and a much needed rest. We made our way into Vancouver for a couple days of eating, and then got the ferry over to Vancouver Island, which we'd heard was supposed to be snow-free year-round. But when we got there, we found that that wasn't exactly the case, so instead of the adventurous route we'd planned, we decided to beeline it south to Victoria and hop on a ferry to the USA for a fresh start.
This is Victoria, the place. We've been riding in the rain and the dark for the last couple of hours, but we made it.
We traded Canada's snow and ice for the Pacific Northwest's majestic rainforest. The temperatures here were noticeably warmer, and we were so relieved to be able to comfortably wild camp again. We hopped on the iconic Pacific Coast Highway for some easy miles south, but it wasn't long before we'd learn to avoid busy roads like this for good.
So a car just went off the road, and it went off the shoulder between where we were. And if I was 10 seconds slower, I would be dead basically. Victoria was behind me, but luckily she was like a minute behind. So yeah, we just got very lucky.
We were pretty shaken up after this and made the decision to get off the coastal highway as soon as possible. But it was still the middle of winter, and with snow everywhere except the coast, that would be no easy task. So we continued on and waited for the right opportunity.
Ooh. Today we have another day of all-day rain, but the forecast says that this is supposed to be the last day of rain for the next 2 weeks. So hopefully that's true.
With a clear weather window ahead of us, it was go time. Using a snow map, we drew up a route to escape inland to the high desert of northern Nevada. We weren't sure if it would actually be possible, but we decided to give it our best shot.
This is probably the last time we'll see the Pacific until somewhere in Central America. That's the last little bit we ever cycle on the 101.
The route we'd drawn up to avoid the snow led us to some pretty overgrown roads, but it was just the adventure we needed after so long confined to the highway shoulder.
3 X's, don't go that way. God is coming to me. Please.
It's because you left your door open.
What do you mean?
You left it open.
Oh my
when
God.
You went to pee.
Ah!
Oh, no, I'm gonna have a nightmare.
Safely on the other side of the mountains, we cruised into Ashland, Oregon, where Oak Street Cottages very kindly lent us a place to stay for a couple of weeks.
We need to celebrate that we crossed the mountains.
We've crossed the mountains, we're halfway to Nevada.
Stop it.
We spent a couple of weeks eating well and catching up on editing, and then it was time to hit the road. From here, although it doesn't look like it, we were just a handful of days from reaching the desert. We just had to tough it out through a few long days and freezing nights and a touch of snow, and we'd be in the clear. This is where we camped last night, little campsite in the town of Cedarville. And over there is the desert. We're finally here. We were finally off into the desert wilderness we'd been dreaming of for months. Our bikes were heavy as we are carrying over 20 litres of water, but being out in the wild, riding through these huge desert valleys and camping wherever we pleased felt like true freedom. And it was only just the beginning.
¡Ándale, güey! ¡Rápido! ¡Woo!
So that right there is Winnemucca. In Winnemucca, Daniel, the owner of Tumbleweed, the company that made our bikes, drove all the way down from their home base in Idaho to camp out with us for the night. Daniel from Tumbleweed has visited us and brought us many gifts. The biggest one being Victoria's brand new bicycle.
That's a beautiful bike.
Something a little burlier for the ambitious routes we'd planned ahead. But she wasn't the only one being spoiled. Look how shiny. New cog, new chain ring, new cranks. It's like Christmas. Half a muffin, of course.
Yay!
Yeah, oh, thank you very much.
Cool. Well, safe travels.
Yeah, drive safe, man.
Yeah, let me know.
Will do, yeah. We set off into the desert for the world's greatest test ride and set our sights on Death Valley National Park.
It's so smooth, it's so nice. I can change from 1 to 14 with no problem. Thanks, Daniel. Thank you so much.
We spent the next few weeks cruising south through these incredible desert valleys, most days hardly seeing another soul, and we were really enjoying the solitude. But along with the good days came some incredibly tough ones too.
What is this?
Like being stuck in the mud way out in the middle of nowhere.
What has happened here?
I'm stuck. I'm so stuck, man.
Oh.
And the occasional reminder that we were still in the middle of winter.
It's not too bad.
Run for your life. Run. Tenemos que escapar de esa tormenta.
3 dark days. 3 dark days since they locked me away. It's been 3 dark days.
How cold is it gonna get tonight?
-8. It's our very last cold day.
Oh.
So we're going to use all the hand warmers we got, because we're not going to have a use for them after this.
We're gonna put them in our socks.
It's been cold as hell in my lonely cell. It's cold as hell.
Hello. I gotta say that today is a very hard day. I'm in the worst day of my period and the wind. We have headwind and we're gonna have headwind tomorrow too.
Nothing. I just wanted to tell you. I already cried like 3 times. Sometimes that's just how it is, and you just need to keep pedaling, I'm afraid.
I think this is officially the most intense headwind I've ever experienced in my life. We've got another 15 miles to Tonopah and we're moving at like walking speed.
After a crazy day, we've arrived to Tonopah, Nevada.
We're just packing up 7 days of food, sort of Kit Kats, to get us to Death Valley.
Por ahí dice un dicho que todo cabe sabiéndolo acomodar.
What does that mean?
Means that everything fits if you know how to put it well.
Wow.
Vamos.
Today is Sunday the 2nd of April, and today marks the day that it's officially hot enough to wear shorts and t-shirts.
Let's go.
In other news, we are carrying around 30 liters of water right now because we've got a 3 and a bit day stretch to get to Death Valley. Arriving into the baking heat of Death Valley meant that our long winter was officially over. Just a few days ago we were cycling in wind chills of -5, and to suddenly be in 35, it's a very big difference. We took things slow, spent the afternoon in the shade, and eventually made it out of the valley and continued on towards Las Vegas.
Man, you look like a vagabond.
That's exactly where I am.
So beautiful.
After a couple months of desert roaming, we'd made it to Las Vegas, which was by far the biggest city we'd been in on the whole trip, and we were lucky to stay with a lovely family who hosted us for the week.
Bye guys.
Thank you.
We were now getting so close to Victoria's home in Mexico, but we knew we couldn't leave before seeing the Grand Canyon. So before heading south, we set our sights east to see it for ourselves.
Beep, beep.
And this is Route 66.
So funny.
We came here to eat famous hot dogs in Seligman, and I asked for a small Dr. Pepper.
What is that?
No, but then they gave me the real one.
It's breathtaking, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's quite big. That's crazy. It was now approaching summer, Things were starting to heat up and Victoria had a newborn nephew to meet down in Mexico. We made a plan to take a nice long break in her hometown of Chihuahua over the summer, so it was time to wiggle our way south to the border and make it there before things got too hot.
We're just checking the stamps in our passport, which we probably should have done a long time ago. And we don't have much time left.
We have exactly 2 weeks.
Exactly 2 weeks.
Today.
I did not know that. We're getting very close to Mexico. We're probably like 4 days out now.
It was coming up on 11 months since we first set off from Alaska, and we knew that with crossing into Mexico, everything was about to change.
México está a 37 millas.
This is officially our last campsite in the USA. And to be honest, after almost a year in the relative security of Canada and the USA, we were a little nervous about how we'd handle it. But we were also incredibly excited about what the next chapter would bring. This was Victoria's home turf, and she hadn't been home in a very long time.
That's the wall. After 11 months of cycling, we have made it to Mexico. Victoria's very happy to be home.
From here, she was just a few weeks of riding away from reuniting with her family and friends at home in Chihuahua. But getting there wouldn't be easy, and traveling through Mexico has its risks. So we were hoping to connect with locals and seek advice along the way so that we could make informed decisions and be as safe as possible.
So we just got into this town and we met this guy called Mario, who has now offered to let us sleep in his other home.
Y van a estar a gusto.
Sí.
Aquí nadie nos va a molestar.
Eres la sensación de fe que las cosas van a salir bien.
Going up there somewhere.
Y la motivación que alienta mi alma y me da razón.
After a week of riding, we made it to Bacadehuachi.
We have reached our hottest temperature yet on the trip. My thermometer is reading 41. And it feels a bit like cycling in an oven. I believe there is a hotel here in town that we're going to try and find and get ourselves a nice cold shower. We got talking with the hotel owners about our trip and asked Oscar his thoughts on our planned route to cross into the state of Chihuahua. As we did with most people we met along the way. And he was definitely pretty concerned about it. He basically explained that our planned route would put us through some particularly dangerous towns that we'd be wise to avoid.
He said it's just, honestly, it's just nobody, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's not worth it.
Not worth it.
So we got a change of plans
We
due
made a
to
decision.
just a lot of people telling us that the route we had planned on going is a lot more dangerous than we thought it would be. So we're going to backtrack to a place called La Mora, which is where we camped on the river. And there's a road that crosses into Chihuahua there that apparently is the safest way across.
We'd heard from a few people that the state border between Sonora and Chihuahua was particularly dangerous, so we weren't going to take any chances and went with what we were told was the safest road across. When we got into Pancho Villa, our first town in the state of Chihuahua, we were immediately taken in by this incredible family, who gave us a much needed shower and a comfortable bed for the night.
Ya se va con mi bicicleta. Eso. Aguas con los carros.
They sent us off with our hearts full and a packed lunch. It was just the boost we needed, and now that we were safely across the state line and into Chihuahua, it would be pretty smooth sailing. It was time to get to the city and reunite Victoria with her family and friends.
Adios.
Chihuahua is extremely beautiful.
Although we were still a few days from the city, for the first time in nearly a year, Victoria was approaching familiar territory. This is the town that she spent a lot of her childhood growing up, and she was very excited to show me around.
New? All this is new? Man, it's even pavement, like all this used to be
Oh, it was dirt.
Yeah.
After spending a nice day reminiscing and exploring, it was time for the home stretch.
Mañana llegamos a Chihuahua. Me emociona muchísimo ver a mi familia, a mis amigos, a mis amigas, ¡Vamos!
As we approached the city, Victoria couldn't wipe the huge grin off her face. She was about to cycle home from Alaska, and the local cycling community had something pretty special planned to welcome her home.
We've got the welcoming committee escorting us into town. Mucho gusto. Mucho gusto.
As we rode closer to the city, more and more cyclists joined to welcome her home. And I couldn't help but think back to all the amazing people we'd met along the way that made it possible for us to get this far.
Have you ever seen steamers?
One way or another, we will find a warm drive place for you.
What? You guys staying here tonight?
Oh, no way.
You can sleep in as long as you want.
Thank you. Someone just pulled over and offered us a warm, dry spot to stay tonight.
Safe travels.
Yeah, drive safe, man.
Yeah. ¿Desde dónde viene?
Pues empezamos en Alaska hace un año.
Un año.
Sí, sí, mucho.
Welcome to Chihuahua, my friend.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is crazy. Muy crazy.
So
cute. Oh, he's got your hat.
Oh,
Do you want to wear it?
¿te gusta?
¿Te gusta la gorrita? This is our little apartment here in Chihuahua. This is where I've been sat editing for the last few months while we wait for the heat to die down. And it finally has, so in the next couple of days we're actually hitting the road again south. And the plan is still to continue all the way to Argentina, so if you are new here and you'd like to follow along, hit that subscribe button below, and we will see you in the next one.
What I love about pizza, it comes from the pizza cognition. Pizza cognition theory states the pizza that you have first is the pizza that tastes best to you for the rest of your life. And that was that New York slice that I had back in 1958 or whatever it was. I said, I'm going to build a place that looks like the slice shops of my youth. I'm going to pay homage to that. We make a classic New York slice, the same kind of pizza that you would have found back in the 60s and 70s. I'm Paulie G. We're here at Paulie G's Slice Shop in Greenpoint on Franklin Street. Welcome. Well, things start early here. By 6 a.m., there's at least one person in here making the dough and getting ready to pan out the Sicilians.
We got Baldo here. He's our resident dough expert, and we're about to make multiple batches of dough for the next couple days. So the first batch we're making today is the Sicilian dough. We're just temping out the water. Temp is super important, especially in the colder winter months. If it's too cold, it'll take a lot longer to rise. We're shooting for like 72. We have about like 80 kilograms of water. It might seem like a lot of water, but we are making a lot of dough. This will probably make about 80, 85 Sicilians. We use more water for the Sicilian just because we like how light and kind of like fluffy the result is. Higher hydration compared to just our regular New York style round. And we're gonna take the bucket out and bring it over to our table and start to divide it up. So right now, this is the final product. As you can see, it's almost soup-like in its consistency. This is what we're looking for. Now we're ready to start dividing up the dough, and we're gonna start balling it and put it into proof containers.
So right now, we're just basically pressing out any air inside the dough. Just want to flatten it out, stretch it as much as possible, try to get out all the air pockets. So when you bake it, you don't have any holes, or when we pan it out, you don't want to have any holes in the dough when they're actually making it, because when they take it out the oven, the pizza will completely break apart. So this is like extremely important for proofing. So we don't have a prep kitchen. Our kitchen is small, so our dining area and upper area is basically our makeshift kitchen where we prep everything. I'm the main Sicilian pie guy. It's one of my main responsibilities before anything else is just to get the Sicilians in the trays first. This is pomace oil, olive oil that we use. And we use our paintbrush to spread the oil evenly. The Sicilian dough is extremely sticky, so if we don't use enough oil, after they finish baking, when they try to get the Sicilian pie out of the tray, the bottom of the crust will actually break. So we try to get at least a decent amount of oil on there.
One of the unique things we do is we seed the bottom of our Sicilian dough. So what he's going to do is spread out a healthy dose of sesame seeds on every single tray.
So all of our Sicilians have sesame seeds on the bottom. It adds both flavor and texture. It gives it a really nice crunch.
It might not seem like an obvious pairing, but it really complements the pizza well. I think people are always pleasantly surprised when they take that first bite.
So this is the Sicilian dough that we made yesterday. You just want to get in there and just kind of scoop the dough out and lift it like this and just right onto the tray as such. So we're going to just push out any air pockets that may be inside the dough. And you're going to kind of stretch it to the corners and to the edges. I'm lifting it over the sesame seeds. This way, when it lands on the sesame seeds can gently adhere to the dough. So there we go. And then what I like to do is, I like to make little, what I like to call moon craters. So when proving, these craters actually cause like a little airy dough. So I'll gently lift it over, and it will stretch itself. Sort of lay it down, the stretches. This is actually the first time I've ever worked with food. The first time I ever made pizza. But yeah, 3 years ago is when I met Paulie, and he gave me the opportunity to work here and get my hands dirty. Ever since then, I loved it. I loved it. I love the science behind pizza, the science behind dough.
Now we're making our Sicilian sauce, which would go on our Sicilian and vegan pies. It's pretty simple. We're just adding whole garlic cloves. We're gonna saute them for about 10-15 minutes till they're nice and golden. And then we are gonna add our onions and tomatoes and let that cook for about an hour and a half. It's really simple, not trying to reinvent the wheel here, and it creates a really great flavor that we use on our Sicilians.
I want to do it upside down Sicilian. We put the cheese on first, and that gives it sort of a barrier against the dough, and we put the sauce on top of that. I like to get a nice marbling effect on the sauce on top. I had enjoyed Sicilian slices at a place in Whitestone, Queens called Freddy's, and I wanted to emulate that. I wanted to steal it from him, but I can't just steal it without giving him credit. I'm not that kind of guy, right? So we actually went to him, we talked with him, we told him what we wanted to do. He even gave us some tips on how to do sesame seeds in. My favorite at the time was a Prince Street pizza, and we named it the Freddie Prince, and that's where that name came from.
So here we have our regular dough. This is for our 20-inch rounds, and we weigh this out to about 740 grams. And these get balled and then put into trays where they proof for up to 48 hours. So the main difference here is really just the amount of water in the dough. So this is about 60% total hydration, whereas the Sicilian is about 75. So it's a lot easier to handle.
So right now we're bowling up the dough. This is actually the same process almost as the Sicilians, just to get the air pockets out, make sure there's no air bubbles. We're gonna make it really, really tight. And then what we do at the end of bowling it, you're just gonna crimp the bottom. So when it's proving inside the walk-in, it doesn't open up. And when the pizza makers get a hold of it, it doesn't fall apart. And the same thing, no holes when it comes out the oven. It's just like a perfect pizza. So, and we push out a lot of pizza a day. So the pace is kind of fast in the morning. So we like bowling. At least one batch of dough would make about 57 pies. Yeah, it's a lot. And we do 3 to 4 batches a day. So yeah.
Once I got the idea to open this place, I decided that it was just gonna, be like a classic slice shop. I'm not gonna serve any kind of crazy pizza. I said, I'm going to build a place that looks like the slice shops of my youth. I'm gonna pay homage to that. It all started with what the place was gonna look like. First thing was, I wanted to have these basement paneling walls. I wanted to have a Cornelius Jet Spray JT20 double bowl beverage dispenser. I'm gonna get a little verklempt here. This is a very special machine right here. It's the Cornelius JT20 Jet Spray double bowl beverage dispenser. This is exactly what the old one looked like. Anytime I have to have a fruit punch with my milk slice, typically this would be orange. If you had 3 of them, it would be great. We're having a hard time getting the orange. So we have grape in here now. Grape is a good third choice. I like to have orange in here. We got to work on that. The most important thing in this whole shop are these benches that I'm sitting on, because these are the exact same seats that my children sat in. We sat in with our children when they were growing up. And I was able to have that here in this shop. And there's nothing more special to me in this shop than these boots.
So yeah, now we're in the thick of lunch. So back here we have 2 separate ovens. This is our electric oven, a Pizza Master, and this is our old Baker's Pride gas oven. We use the gas oven for reheat, and we use the electric for our Sicilians and our regular pies. Cook at a higher temp than most. We're at like 635 for our round pies and about 550 for our Sicilians.
What we're probably best known for is our Hellboy slice and our Hellboy squared slice. What that is our pepperoni either square or triangle, topped with Mike's Hot Honey after the oven.
We have our cult favorite over from the wood fireplace, the Hellboy. We do it with cup and char pepperoni, which is great for Mike's Hot Honey. When I first opened at the wood fireplace, I needed people who could make pizza. And Mike knew about this. He was a home pizza maker, but he was also making his honey at home. When he came in that day, he had a bottle with him. I wanted to put his product on our pizza, and it quickly became a cult favorite. But Mike's Hot Honey is really, we're known for that now, thank God. We carried it over, and we do the Hellboy here. Do I make the best pizza in the city? Well, that's not for me to say. I make classic New York pizza. When a guest comes into my shop, I want them to be excited they're getting something iconic. I want them to feel that they're experiencing good, classic pizza. And I just wanted to make that, my unique brand.
In this video, get ready for a beef-pocalypse here in the country of Argentina. Argentina is famous for its beef. The land here, especially in the middle of the country, is perfect for grazing and for cows to chow down on some pretty good grass or corn. In this video, we're gonna be exploring cows from the inside. Yes, every single cow body part you can imagine is available behind me at this buffet. A buffet known as Siga la Vaca. It means follow the cow. And in a moment, I'm gonna be following the cow to a buffet that may be serving the most beef of any buffet in the world. I said it may be. I didn't actually research it, so come on. That's how news headlines work these days, guys. I know what you're thinking. What? That must cost hundreds of dollars. Incorrecto mundo. For one person for lunch, it costs only about $12.50. You couldn't even do that at Old Country Buffet. And their potatoes are made out of cardboard and glue. I don't just want to eat here. I want to see how they run this place. The buffet is going to open in about half an hour. And right now there are literally hundreds and hundreds of pounds of meat on the grill. Let's go inside and see what it takes to prepare the most massive beef buffet in the world. Asterisk may not be the biggest, actually. Let's move. Cow. Looks like this cow ate the wrong mushrooms in the pasture.
Look at his eyes.
Whoosh. As soon as you walk in here, there's already smoke filling the air. I'm not sure if you can see it by way of the camera. And that smoke is leaking out from the kitchen. We're gonna head back in there now. Oh my God. Take a look at this. It's 100 feet of grills. Holy shit. Right here we have the head chef. This is some raw meat that he's trimming and preparing. But behind me, we have a load of steaks right here, tons of different sizes of beef steak right here. This is some chicken. That came from, well, not a cow. Boom, a load of salt going down on all the meat here. As we walk down, I mean, these look like giant briskets. There is so much protein here. It's unbelievable. Here, a bunch of chickens, halves, put on the grill. These are gonna head out soon too. Right here, we have some stuffed chicken. We have kidneys, sausage, beef, tri-tip, pork shoulder over here. Oh, this is where it gets really hot. Guys, I'm telling you, it's about 200 degrees right here where I'm standing. This thing is just absolutely loaded with charcoal. Anytime they need some, they grab it, they head down here, and they toss it under the meat just like this. You gotta be really careful when working here. Now, this section is a little bit different because this is front facing. So the guests that come in, they'll be able to see the food that's on the grill here. Point out what they want. They have a cutting board right here so they can just grab the meat, cut off some pieces, give it to you, put the meat back over the charcoal so it stays nice and hot. They are just stocking this area up right now. We have blood sausage, another type of sausage here. We have wonderful internal organs, kidneys. So in just a few minutes, all of this is gonna be filled up. You gotta watch out every time you walk around here because someone might be carrying a shovel full of charcoal, but we're good. Instead, what he's bringing is meat. So he's got a load of chicken here. Cooking at a place like this really requires some precision. It can't be too raw, but it can't be overcooked and dry. Right now, the chef is finishing up a new fresh batch of various beef cuts for the buffet. We have giant Fred Flintstone-sized steaks, picanha, whatever this is, and a cut I'm not so familiar with. But all that is for later. For my first course, I'll be sampling the love child of a porterhouse and a pepperoni pizza. So he says he's about to make a type of meat pizza. He's got these huge pieces of flank steak right here that he's putting on this flat top. As far as I know, we have meat, we have sauce, over there we have cheese, and somehow that's gonna make a pizza. Step one, he puts the sauce on top of the meat. This looks like a combination of roasted tomatoes. We've got bell peppers, onions, likely some garlic, olive oil. On top of the sauce, we're getting a load of this mozzarella cheese. Just look at the scale of these. This is enough meat to feed 27 people. Cheese it up. Right now he's putting some oregano on top of our pizza. After a few minutes, the pizza cheese melts and it's ready to be sampled by the public, which fortunately includes me. Our first course is done. I want to be the first one to dig into this pizza right here. Oh yeah, that's a nice big piece. He's gonna cut that for me. Oh yes, these are looking crispy and good as heck. This is a pretty good portion of meat to start the day with. Muchas gracias. Let's go sit down and try it out. I know most people would go to a buffet like this and start with some salad or vegetables, but I want to start with something heavy and something meaty, and that's what we've got right here. The chorizo. I'm gonna cut that in half. It's got a nice snappy skin on the outside. It looks plump, shiny. It looks like a 50-year-old Floridian woman who's been in the sun too long. Crispy. That's what I'm saying. Try it out.
Wait, Papa Latte's doing the Doug Doug Food Challenge. It's sick. Yo. Alright. Since I slept this long, we're beating it today. But that's crazy. I haven't slept that long forever. Oof. All right. Day 3. The boss should die today. Wow. I can't believe I slept that long. Yep. I think it's time. I think we beat the game. I think we do it, chat. I really can't believe I slept that long. Nice. Alright. Let me get ready for bullshit. Nah, it's really good I slept that long, honestly. I thought it was like 8 in the morning. Oh. Oh. Yo. I'm gonna go shower. You guys want anything? You guys want Adderall? I don't have any. I slept for a year? Yo. Wait, I ran ads for a whole year with you guys watching? Nice. Alright. 3 days in. How long did it take Ludwig to beat this game in one day? Or one shot? No. I mean the first time he did it. 5 days? And how long did it take Kai? $170 hours. It went 70? Alright. Let me go shower. I'll be back. You guys look pretty. You guys look good. And then we'll start. Alright? Give me like 15 minutes.
That today is the last day, right? He's beating it, right? Kek. Yo chat.
Chat, just for you, I got a fucking spoon. Like, that's crazy, dude. I got a spoon for you. What do you say? Isn't that nuts? Oh. People black. All right. Wait, crypto's crashing? Damn, you got me excited. So, I slept for 14 hours, and I really thought about it, chat. I really thought about it. I shouldn't have done the pillar. I don't think it was worth it. Dude, I just woke up 4 minutes ago. My eyes are still closed. My brain is in South Africa. You want me to immediately go in and click Elden Ring and start this shit? I get it. Today's the day. What am I fucking doing playing this bullshit music? Let's do this. Watch Emmy and Asmon, fuck off. I don't give a shit. Why would I care about something when I haven't beaten it? Why would I spoil what's about to come? Dude, why did you not...
Digga, tot. Ich dachte, das ist so voll easy, dass es dann so da steht. Doch, oder? Hier, guck mal wieder.
Ja, genau, das Bild habe ich auch
Ja,
gesehen.
ja.
So
Okay, Ritzel, wir haben was.
Okay,
Google Maps, du musst einmal switchen wieder.
Okay.
Okay, Chill, ich glaube, wir haben was.
Alright, ist schon drin?
Ja. Die Fast Food Challenge in a nutshell. Hey, Bilbo hat auch noch was geschickt sonst.
He even has his own Kyle.
Ey, Bilbo hat eingeschickt, der ist 8 Kilometer entfernt. 8 Minuten entfernt. Ich mach den rein, ja?
Okay.
Der sieht auch aus auf der Map, dass man da rumfahren kann. Ich glaube, der sollte good to go sein. Hab reingemacht.
Alright.
Danke, Bilbo. Kuss.
What is he at? 314?
Okay. Yo, fuck you, Mizkif.
That's what I said.
Okay, jemand hat das Bild hier geschickt, dass das die Food Challenge in a nutshell.
Okay, so I need red hair. Not again. Every time I tap back in, it breaks my game. And now it's fucking small again.
Should I ask Chance if he wants to be on a call with me the whole time while we play Elden Ring together?
Thing at a time. Let's just make the hair correct. Detailed appearance, hair.
Why won't my Twitch work? I can't type in his chat.
So annoying.
Are you kidding me?
What hair is most similar to that? This maybe? I think this might be the winner. Either that or
Twitch is buggy.
This. I think this one.
Yeah, what is going on?
I think this one.
Yeah, what is going on? It's been shitting the bed for a few days. Oh, it's because of Starforge PCs, of course. Alright, chat. I've been here for 3 days now. In fact, you've been here for 3 days now. It's time. We've gotten through this game pretty easily, step by step, as a family. And I think today's the day. We finally beat it.
I believe.
Let me put on my catheter. How am I fat? Now you don't get me for 12 seconds. No. No. Cheddar. Not the day. Not the day. Not the day. Not the day. Chat. I'm gonna try to beat everything in one day. Mods, update the title. We're not at 12 out of 19. Wait, how long am I into my stream? Wait. What are we at? 30 hours? Oh. Alright, chat. Well, I mean, that's the end of the stream. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. I'll be back in about, like, I'm just in a 1 minute break. So, you know how it is. I'm going to raid, Magoberry. Magoberry, if you would like to just immediately raid me back, that'd be very sweet of you. He seems like a great guy, chat. So I love him. But I'll be back in literally 1 minute. You're question marking me. It's because I have to reset my stream because at 48 hours it will crash and it will make me turn off my stream. So I have to do this. Literally, it'll be 1 second. Okay? You're going to go to his stream. I'm going to end mine. You're going to come back. It's that easy. If you're banned in Mago Street Barry's chat, you know, you're probably online a little bit too much. I know it's a funny joke, but I'm being serious. Get offline. All right. I'll see you guys in 3 seconds. Ready? Watch this.